Hi. There we go. Good morning. Yes, it is. It is indeed riddle time. But you know what I noticed? Literally, oh, there we go. And we're already 25% to me suffering through this. I'll take that. I have the riddle ready, and then I forgot that I never even put the riddle up here. Because I don't know why. I must have forgotten. So you know what? Let's hold on. Let's put the riddle up here. Because I have everything ready. I just literally didn't put it up here, and this is annoying me. Let me see if I still have a pre-made one for this. It's just gonna take a little bit longer now. You gotta live with that. First of all, good morning, Beans. Good morning, all. Oh my God.
Breaking news. A wild avant-laws was just spotted in the lobby of Moxie's Motel. A tier 1 critter.
Thank you, avant-laws. Here's a heart for you. I know you're lurking because meetings, but hi, it's... I never know what to say. I still feel so weird that people subscribe to me. I know it's been a while now. I should slowly get used to it, shouldn't I? But yes, work is never quiet. Work is never quiet. But let me put up the riddle again. Because yes, we have a new riddle today. I was just a complete derb and forgot to ever put it up on the screen. And here's our riddle. Now, what are we looking for today? I should probably mention that. We're looking for a video game phrase. And no, this is not the whole phrase. This is just the hint for the phrase. There. Now we have the riddle back up. So you know the deal? Oh my God, DJ Atomica. I was just watching your stream. Did you already finish? Just missed it. You reminded me of how much I need to still play Gunfire Reborn. It always looks so cute. Oh yeah, I imagine. I mean, I know where you came from the last 2 weeks. You go chill. Or work yourself out until... I apologize, Ketna, but there's no O in there. Nope, no O. No O. Yeah, I mean, that's different then. If you wanted to be tired. But yeah, I didn't even get through my greetings. Hi, Ketna and Eternal and Asune and Avant-Laws. How are you, Beans? I hope you had a great weekend. You can bonk me soon, yes. We'll switch over so shortly. Yes, I know. Wait, did it still not work? Why would it still not work? Okay, hold on. Let me see if... Maybe it logs into the wrong account? No, this is definitely account. It's connected correctly. Hold on, let me just test this real quick. It still doesn't work. I didn't even look into this because I just assumed that this was an issue with the server being down. But this is all correctly set up. Why does it always have to be something? Okay, I suppose those still don't work today. And I can't tell you why. That is sad. I'm just gonna disable those redeems for the moment. And then we'll have to figure out why it's broken tomorrow. This is not for today. My god, I have so many I have to disable. Okay, the rest should work. So let's try that again. Let's try that again. Oh, Avant-Laws. Oh wow, he's getting big. But yeah, he looks very... Avant-Law's little one looks very snotty and very against eating the things that... No, I'm not. I'm not making you cry. But yeah, he looks very against what you're feeding him. Oh my god, that poor... Oh my god, that poor kid. You go have fun. You go have a good day. Speaking of having a good time, just to put this on the list, I do have a brief vacation coming up. I am not 100% certain if I will stream next Wednesday. Most likely I will. But after that I will take a week off. So I will not be here on Friday, Monday and the Wednesday after. Since I'm doing a little bit of a trip. But I will be here Friday, September 1st for an extended stream to make up for it. So yeah, I'll be gone for a week and then I'll be back. My plans for the holidays are always simple. Sit at home and play video games. Ha! That's all I want. I don't want anything else. Yeah, yes, DJ? Yes, I know. I have several beans that are very excited that this is finally a thing. I know Res is currently playing through the first. Oh, I suppose Ketna wasn't aware yet. Yeah. Yes, I've never played the original, but I've watched so many people play it that I know the game in and out. Like, I could probably play it myself now. But I'm really tempted to play the second. I'm usually not a fan of Souls-like games because I ram my head into the wall 3 times and then I move on to a different wall. And that doesn't work in those games. But Blasphemous is a bit more forgiving, so maybe, we'll see. I'm definitely interested in it. Let's call it that. Whether I will play it myself or not, we'll see. But yeah, holidays for me, always the same thing. Stay at home, have a good time, play video games. I'm trying to hold thumbs up, but it will never work. There we go. That actually works better than expected. Now I can never move these hands again. We'll just have to spend the rest of the stream exactly like this. See, I can't even move them slightly. Okay, anyway, fuck Mondays. Mondays are great for just losing myself in whatever I want to lose myself in. Okay, now I'm curious. But the Klitsch should know what TF2 is. The Klitsch is a gamer. Speaking of, I think I finally... I'm a wrench swinging a knot. But yeah, I think I have finally come to a conclusion of what my second model is being called. You know, the dancer model, the one that I don't actually have the redeem for the song up. I think not today. But I think I'm gonna call him Max. I think that works. But I'm still thinking about it, but we'll see. Because I can't call him Klitsch. That is something that Kit is very dedicated on. Because if I call him Klitsch, you know, Klitsch is already the chatbot. It can't also be the other character, so still working on that part. But yeah, I'm drifting off. I just wanted to mention that I will be on a brief vacation next week, and we'll probably skip 3 streams, but we'll see. I'll announce it as soon as I know exactly what. And thank you, Seth. I'll try as long as I don't get COVID, but it's only gonna be a road trip as it currently looks. Things have changed, so we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, what are we playing today? We're playing a game gifted to me by the very dear Eternal. The one that every time you shout him out, you just get an old avatar.
Furry sites. I have not visited Fur Affinity in at least a week. Come on now. That's getting clipped, isn't it?
In at least a week. Yes, you are. I'm actually gonna briefly mention it again. Hold on. He's a very, very Brit bad. Hold on, let me find your announcements. Because there is a new announcement. Yum. Because there was a snoot reveal. Look at the snoot. If you want to see more of that snoot, then you should be there August 20th at this really weird time. It's afternoon. It's afternoon time for normal people, really. 2100. Half the people in America don't even know what time that is in the first place. Okay, maybe DJ. DJ does, but he's not in America, so he doesn't count. Yeah. What are we doing today? Instead of just staring at my desktop? Yeah, I know. That's what I say. Because, you know, I'm European. I grew up with 24 hours. But it sounds weird when you say 17 o'clock. That just doesn't work for me here. It doesn't. Like, yeah, I can see why you would. Yes, I know, but how do you say it here? How do you say it in the US? But that's the point. I don't wanna. It's inefficient. I hate. Because you see, in Germany, you don't have to use military. In Germany, you just say 17 Uhr. At 17 o'clock, it works perfectly. Everyone does it. You don't say at 5 in the afternoon. Inefficiency. Why are English speakers so inefficient? No, let's move on. What am I playing today? I am playing this game here, gifted to me by Eternal, a visual novel that's marked as a mature game and a crime fighting game. And I have never played a graphic novel. Visual novel. You don't play graphic novels. And I think this is gonna be really fun. So I would say let's get it started and dive right into it. Yeah, I'm a metric baby. I only metric. And, you know, standing in the kitchen standing in the kitchen and looking at recipes. And then you need 3 tablespoons of this and 3 teaspoons of that and 5 cups of that. The fuck? Just give me grams. Like, seriously. Just tell me 450 grams of flour. Why do I need to fill 6 or 7 individual measuring units to measure how much I... Just give me the weight. Do you people not know scales? Here. Now you can boop. Yes, I will. The first thing, I tell you what a cup is. The cup, that's the point. It's not a cup, Eternal. It's a cup. It's a measuring unit. It's an actually scientifically defined volume. So it's not like you can just take a cup. I know this sounds really dumb to anyone living in the US, but when you have 5 cups of flour, you don't just take 5 cups. This isn't a universal thing. You need to buy a measuring unit that's called a cup to measure 5 of them. Instead of, you know, just putting your container on a scale and then putting 450 grams in it. You need 15 slurps of milk. Well, what's a slurp? Exactly 1 mouthful. So you go measure them. There, I hoped you booped. Now, of course it made sense in the past. You know, death sentence made sense in the past. Yeah, sure. 1,000 years ago it made sense. It's just go with the time. Change a running system. Here, this is my hashtag for today. Challenge yourself to change a running system. Like, one of the most annoying systems that I came across when I moved to the US was composite. When I moved to the US, you know, in Germany, we used SCART. High quality, good quality, nice. And then I had to use composite. Like, what is wrong with you people? Horrible, horrible quality. How can you enjoy a picture that looks like it's washed out from the 70s? Ugh. Change your running system. Not all bread. Not all bread. But yeah, Americans like their sugar because it's for sale. Sugar is for sale. Gotta put it in everything. Yeah, la. We should start before we just spend the rest of the day arguing. The only thing I looked at so far of this game is actually the options menu. And I like it. I really like this style. And we have difficulty, but I'm just gonna go with standard since I know nothing about the game. We'll have to see if that is good enough for me. So yeah, let's jump into a game that I know nothing about. I'm really, really curious. Also, fair warning, it is brutal. At least Twitch gave me a warning that I'm playing a mature game, so it probably is brutal. What is the difference between these two?
Come, Dalton.
I don't speak Japanese, but... Is this... Oh, this... Is this the... I think one of them is with English... I think this is English voiceover. Or English subtitles, something. Nah, we're gonna play in English. We're gonna click on the only button that actually makes sense. Is it really? I don't think so. Because there's only a single character in here is different, and that's... Oh no, 2 of them. I don't know. Is it? Is this really how much you need to say to have traditional and simplified. Yeah, I mean, you would know, a DJ. So is this traditional and this simplified? Really? I always assumed you can say that in a lot less letters. That is curious. Oh, I love Chinese. Oh, we have a letter. You know what I should probably do? I should probably copy the riddle over to this screen as well, shouldn't I? I swear, I'm prepared. I'm prepared. Because we have an E. Well, you used to study Chinese. I wasn't even aware of that. But, we have E's. To be exact, one E is here. And one E is here. And as a reminder, I am looking for a video game catchphrase. However, this here is only the tip. The hint. It's not the actual catchphrase. But I'm going to leave it up here. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. There, let's leave it up here. Now, hint in German is tip. And because tip is also an English word, I will always use it when I want to say hint. It's one of those things. I'm sure you have those words too. It's really annoying when you have a word that already exists but means something else. It's like when I want to give you a gift. In German, gift is poison. So there's exactly this again. But yeah, I love Chinese. Is such an interesting language, but it's such an intimidating language. The pronunciation differences between words and their meanings, and I learned Hungarian, I learned English. I'll stick to that. I don't need to learn more languages. And yeah, definitely, it's a beautiful language, and I wish. I mean, I suppose if I could pick a language, it would probably be Japanese. If I could, go like this and yay, now I know perfect Japanese, because I feel like, for what I watch, Japanese is just the more interesting language. I don't watch a whole lot of Chinese content. I mean, every now and then, like a movie or something. But if I could learn it today, I think I would. I don't think I can squeeze another language in. And yeah, if you study Finnish, you know exactly why Hungarian interested me as a kid. Because Hungarian has such an interesting grammar. And it only shares this with Finnish. So, no, you don't, Eternal. British, what is it? British English? American English? Yeah, exactly. You don't speak Australian. I will, during your next stream, make you speak Australian, and then we'll test. Now, Hungarian, it was just, as a kid, we always vacationed in Hungary, since Hungary from where we lived was literally just a 10-hour drive away. And Hungary back then was dirt cheap as long as you didn't want to buy anything electronic. Yeah, that's one way to approach it. And Vrachary? What's that? Oh, Esperanto. I would love to learn Esperanto because I like interesting languages. I like unique things. I mean, am I ever gonna use Esperanto in... Oh yeah, probably not. Am I ever gonna use Esperanto in real life? No, I don't think so. I don't think I'm ever gonna bump into the street and go like, oh my god, do you speak Esperanto? Me too. Oh, it's probably not gonna happen. But it would be a fun language to learn. Esperan, yes. Hey, Boo, welcome back, you bean. How was your vacation? Yes, very good, Boo. You gotta pet that Boo. I recently purchased a game that Boo played that I absolutely wanted to play. Was it called Tender Critter Comforts? Shit, I have it installed, but I haven't played it yet. Oh, the dating sim for the furry couples. Such a... Oh my, this game was so wild. I really want to play that. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, I'm glad. I hope you had a really good vacation. I look forward to your vacation wrap-up stream. I mean, I assume we're gonna have at least a short conversation about your vacation. But yeah, welcome on home. Make yourself comfortable. Happy Monday. And just as a reminder, up there, you see our current weekly riddle. Well, bi-weekly at this point is probably closer. I am looking for a catchphrase from a well-known game. And up there is the hint for that catchphrase. So if you want another letter, redeem it whenever. But we should start the game. We should really start the game because I am curious. Oh, I like how the background changes. But yeah, we play in English. Okay, now we already looked at that. We're just gonna go with standard, since I have no idea what will happen. Well, we would have never guessed that this story is a work of fiction. Converge Chapter 0. 2 out of 10? This is already starting interesting.
Where am I?
That's intentional, Vakiers. It's intentional. I'm not marking the letters that were already picked. Gotta make it a little bit more difficult.
You okay, Ryuki?
All right, let's keep going. Next question. In Indian mythology, what is the name of the half-god, half-beast spirits that imbibe sense and are known for their musical ability?
Half-god, half-beast spirits that imbibe sense and are known for their musical abilities. Yes, let's view the tutorial. Hi, good morning, Kara. How are you today, Bean? Inspecting people and objects will progress the story. You can freely move the cursor and camera. First look around and set the cursor on objects that interest you. Okay. Wait, do I really... Oh my god, do I really have to use the right cursor keys? Oh no, I can use the mouse. Okay. Yeah, that's a camera. Oh, I'm great. It's Monday. Fuck Mondays, but we're getting there. How are you today, Bean? A door. A stepladder. See, I knew what it would say before I clicked on it. It's gonna say a long table. Haha. Also a long table. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you can't help each other. You can definitely help each other. I'm just saying I won't. Oh, this is a monitor. Oh, hi, Res. Why do I look tired as soon as I grin? I just had that conversation with, well, I can't say who, the other day about the fact that eyes always seem to be tired. I've got to make it less sensitive, more sensitive. I never know. It's a big monitor. And people and my boss. Nothing else here. Okay, when viewing a person, options and look will be displayed. By choosing the topic from the options, you can talk to them. By choosing look, I can observe them. Okay. Look. Boss. What am I doing here?
Button already. You see that button on the table, right? Push it and you get to answer the question.
I don't know the answer.
What? You're joking, right? What are you talking about?
Okay. Wait, how do I... Oh. We only have one button, okay.
That's the answer button for the quiz. Why don't you press it?
Tama, you mean this button?
Yeah. You better hurry, or the other teams are gonna answer before you.
There we go! Team Popo was the quickest. And your answer is?
Okay. Place your cursor on the host and try answering the quiz questions. Well, I mean, only one of them really sounds like a creature from Indian mythology. I mean, it's the Gandharva, isn't it? I mean, I'm not sure if a date or a date or... I've never heard of that. No, I'm gonna go with a Gandharva. I'm sure that's...
That is correct!
Ha!
The answer is Gandharva.
I'm smart.
Team Popo gets 10 points for the correct answer.
Good job, Ryuki. Keep it up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's keep going then, shall we? Next question. Are you familiar with the new Cyclops serial killings?
What?
No, not you, Mr. Ryuki.
This question is for that person on the other side.
Who was that?
Wow, we're already starting with the fourth wall breaks. I like that. This show.
This is the Face-to-Face Special, a 6-hour quiz show live stream marathon.
No, thank you.
Have you forgotten?
Why ask about that?
Hurry now, your answer, please.
Can I hear the... No, I don't want to hear the question again. Yeah, that sounds very German, doesn't it?
Oh, and Team Popo presses the button. You must be ready to answer.
So here's a fun fact. Before I came to the US, when I still watched German television, it was so common for us to have 6-hour-long shows. To just have game shows that would last 6 hours. That's a very normal thing in Germany. Yet, one of the biggest ones was essentially a show all about the showmaster being better at absolutely everything than the candidate. And if the candidate won a bunch of WarioWare-like minigames, then they won a few $1 million. Great show, but it would regularly last 6 to 8 hours. Exactly. Stefan Raab, best German entertainer being we've ever had. One day just decided that he's gonna step back. He's now so rich he never needs to work again. But yeah, he would have a show where he essentially played minigames, and that show was aimed to be about 4 hours long, but I think the record was close to 8 hours. It took like 7.5 hours for the match to be finally decided. And they would just keep pushing. They didn't give a damn. They just, you know, they had like 2 or 3 movies planned after that they could just cancel, so they didn't care. And I kind of miss that. I miss these bombastic big shows. I've never had that here. It's like the biggest you have is the Super Bowl. And I'm not into sports. So I just wait for Eurovision.
But before you do, I want you to take this question very seriously.
I'm mildly annoyed that I am on top of the character speaking in this game. So I'm gonna go move myself over to the other side today, even if that looks a bit unusual.
The new Cyclops serial killers. The incident in which many victims got their eye gouged out and murdered.
Wait, you first gouge the eye out and then you murder them. Ooh.
Are you or are you not familiar with it?
This will determine if we can dig into the details of that incident in the coming 6 days.
Wait, is it? Are you serious? Because yeah, this is a very weird question. Am I seriously playing? Wow. Wow, I'm dumb. Okay, let's switch over then. Wait, that was the wrong one. There we go. Well, let's fix that real quick. Because I listed the first one, didn't I? Yeah. I kind of assumed that the second one would have a 2 in the title. La la la. Welcome. Thank you, DJ. I mean, I think at this point I would have started to get very suspicious, I'll be honest, because something felt wrong. But yeah, that would explain that. Welcome to me being an idiot. Welcome to Mondays. That's okay. The download isn't long. It's already installing. It's only 11 gigs. So I suppose let's talk. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't spoil anything for this game yet. But I suppose we're now watching it download. That's like watching grass grow together. I like that. But yeah, it will only take a minute and then we'll get to that. Meanwhile, how about I give you 2 free letters? Whoever throws a letter into the chat, I'm giving away 2 free letters. Grab them. We do have an L. We do not. Yeah, I'm going to give you all 3 because we do not have a T and we do not have an A. But we have an L. It's going to be a toughie, I know. But it's intentional. Here, let me turn on some music while we wait. It's already halfway done, so... See... Hello, music? There we go. You know, as much as I argue about America at times, one thing is nice. And that is if you're in a good enough city, you have a good enough connection. I'm currently downloading at 70 megabytes per second. And I think that's only because the hard drive is slowing it down right now, because I'm installing it on an SSD instead of an M2. Now, I do love our internet. That's like the one thing I like here. It's good, it's fast, it's also surprisingly cheap. We only pay around $120 for internet, which for an unlimited connection running at roughly gigabit speed, you know, I can't argue. I really can't. We're under 4 to 5 miles from the Denver Tech Center, which is essentially our Silicon Valley here. So that really helps. It really helps being close to high-tech companies, because they usually bring the better internet. But we're done downloading. Nearly, at least. And I apologize for being a derp. That's on me, but I'm good at that. Yeah, I look forward to getting to it. But yeah, for now, I would say it even has the same starter screen. Let me just change the graphical options here real quick. There we go. Now let's try this again, shall we? There we go. Okay, we're gonna change the cameras again. If it lets me click. Skip unseen content. No. Yeah, it already looks a lot like the second. But there we go. Now, enjoy the game that I wanted to play like 50 minutes ago. I'm an idiot. But that's okay. Welcome back, Eternal. Also, Baked CT. Hi. How are you today, Bean? I'm a Wogan. I'm a fox, dragon, deer hybrid thing. Something. Oh, no, you don't. Because this game doesn't like the audio changed without restart. Thank you. Let's try this again. Again. Yeah, now we have sound. Oh, I'll take being cute. Thank you. The effluxing autopsy? Yay, finally, time for the first game. Shh. We don't talk about the first hour of this stream. Yeah, I have to admit I know nothing about it. I really wanted to play a visual novel. And this was on sale and is highly rated. No, that should be correct. Yeah. I picked the correct game, I just started the wrong one. You see, the problem is I play games blind. So if I jump into these games, I usually don't know anything about them. I even avoid trailers and stuff. So I'm not that surprised that I was surprised. Also, I like this glitchy effect. I'm always a sucker for these effects, and this is a good one. What's... Okay. During investigations, the main character... Date? I have no idea how to pronounce that. Inspects scenes and collects testimony. Progress by examining objects and talking to people. Position is fixed, but you can move the cursor and your view. Try looking around and moving the cursor to find something that catches your eye and inspect it. I was curious about these impaled horses here.
A horse from the merry-go-round. It looks like it's skewered.
This is not a message from the criminal. The park was already in this state before the crime. My best hypothesis is that this is the result of a teenage prank.
That is... Why would you do that? Oh, the panda ride looks lonely. And the parasol is getting pelted by the rain. It feels like enormous eyes staring down at you. Yeah, there is something about Ferris wheels, isn't there? This rain is depressing. Has it been like this all day? It's been 8 years since Bloom Park closed. The weather's gotten to it pretty bad. Okay, so this is a closed one. The city skyscrapers crowd each other. I love the scenery. Look at this. With those skewered horses. When you speak to a person, you'll be presented with choices and look. Let's look first. Yeah, that's Riesenrad. Which is fun. Inspector from Metro. I hope he finds a lead. Which is fun because you know what the German word for this means? It means the giant wheel. Done. There. Good German word. There's a policeman. Local cop. There's another local cop, and that is my boss.
Are you serious?
Wait, what did I click on? I wanted to look. Oh, so what am I doing here? Okay.
You're Special Agent Kaname Date.
Okay, Date.
You're a member of Abyss, and that means you answer to me. I called you here to inspect the scene, Date.
Sure, boss. But inspecting dead bodies isn't usually part of the job.
Usually, no. But tonight it is. Because you know this woman, don't you, Date? I had to tell you. You deserve to know.
Yeah, that's how German words are, and I love them for that. I gotta bring the Teach Me German back.
Metro got a call about 2 hours ago. Someone heard screaming coming from the park. Beat cop responded, checked out the scene.
And found the corpse.
Yeah. Thing is, the caller was anonymous. I'll give you the details later.
After finishing discussing a topic with someone, they might have new things to talk about. When talking to people, choose topics that interest you. You might obtain important information or clues. Yeah, select log lets you take a look at the previous ones.
Not yet. We just found the victim.
Okay, no
Early
suspects.
to say anything for sure, but this could be a copycat killer at work from the case 6 years ago.
Case 6 years ago?
For whatever reason, she didn't elaborate. A case 6 years ago? What can you tell me about the victim?
Her name's Nadami Shoko. You knew her, right? What was the relationship like? I heard you two have been close for years.
I wouldn't say that. We were just acquaintances.
Ah, the rain is awful, huh?
It's unusual for this time of year. It'll be hard to find any usable prints.
Okay, let's talk to the inspector. What's your name?
Wow, I never thought a great detective like you would ask me my name.
Space!
Yami, sir.
Anything to go on?
Not yet, sir.
Oh, thanks for coming out here in this mess.
It's my duty, sir. Thank you.
Very Japanese. How's the investigation coming?
Not too good, unfortunately. Not finding much.
Okay, let's take a look in here. I'm sorry, that still makes me laugh. You gotta wait, it has like a 3-minute timeout. Is this the control room? The place where the operator sits to turn the ride on and off? I took a look inside, but I didn't see anything that might be a clue. Metal poles with horses. Okay, let's take a look at the corpse. The body is mounted on one of the horses. I should go get a better look. I took a step forward.
Sorry, sir. Could you please not get any closer? We haven't taken any footprints yet. I appreciate your understanding.
Allow me to assist you.
Okay, that's Aiba. Her official designation is AI Ball. She's an artificial intelligence built into my fake eye. An AI for an eye.
You want me to use this in, right?
Correct. That will allow you to investigate without physically disturbing the scene.
Okay, while playing through the story, Aiba's special vision modes may help you obtain new information. You can now use the zoom mode to enlarge the target. You can also view the controls in F1. Okay. Well, that's a lot of controls. But looks like most of them we don't actually need. Okay, can we just... No, do we really have to... No, this doesn't work. Drag move side. How do you... No, this is the drag. How do you zoom in? Do I just click again? Oh, there's a zoom. AI side.
Multiple puncture wounds to the front of the torso. Cause of death? Blood loss from these wounds. Body temperature and rigor mortis indicate the time of death was approximately 6 hours ago. That would place the crime occurring around 5 p.m.
Several puncture wounds, but no cuts or tears.
The victim was probably stabbed with something pointed and smooth, like an ice pick.
Can I not move this? No, I can't.
The left eye socket is vacant. Victim has had her left eyeball removed.
Left eye.
The most likely scenario is that the killer or killers removed it.
Well, we don't know that for sure. A crow or some other animal could have pulled it off the corpse.
Impossible. The amount of blood indicates that the victim's eye was removed before her death.
They carved it out while she was still alive?
Correct.
What was that?
Analyzing the source of the sound. Sonic analysis indicates the sound originated from inside the merry-go-round's central column.
Inside the column?
So someone's in there, huh? The noise came from inside.
Use me to see through the column. Utilize the X-ray mode.
That's not what X-rays look like.
Oh no.
It appears as though someone is inside.
I threw down my umbrella and ran to the pillar.
Hey, wait!
Shut up!
I pushed him aside and ran up to the platform.
Hey, I know you're in there. If you can hear me, say something.
No reply. Looking closely, I found a small handle on the column. I grabbed it hard and tried to pull it open.
It won't budge.
It may be locked from the inside.
Damn it. Hey, whoever's in there, stay back.
That's a cute gun.
Suki.
Well, I suppose we know her. Has a good sound score. Okay. I have no idea what this is, but I love it.
This is your dream.
I'm me.
Correct. You are Date.
And you are?
Is this where the rhythm game part comes in? What the heck?
Where do I even start with this?
The style is very Jet Set Radio future.
I can answer all of your queries.
What is she doing?
All right then. Who are you?
And why are you yelling?
I'm me, of course.
I know that voice. Iba?
Indeed.
Why do you look like a fluorescent shrimp?
Iba, when did you turn sexy?
What are you talking about? I must look so cute that you've lost your mind. Under normal circumstances, I would lecture you about your awful taste.
What are you doing in my dream?
You called me. My consciousness and your own are linked. This is why I appear in your dreams. Consider me an alter ego. But I shouldn't waste time explaining further. You will have forgotten this by the time you wake up.
Why is my eyeball so sexy?
I will discuss this with you soon, when you're awake.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of awkward. My brain isn't cooperating. It must be because I'm sleeping right now. So things that I should know, I can't remember. My head is all fuzzy. I'm not my usual self. It's like I'm inside someone else's head. What a strange feeling. Yeah, they're really breaking the fourth wall here, aren't they?
Putting that aside, do you recognize this room?
Yeah, I have trouble calling him Date. Because every time I read it, I just want to say date. Putting that aside, do you recognize this room?
No, not at all.
I suppose that's fine. Let us begin.
Begin what?
Somnium scan. Activate.
If you're turning into a magical girl here, then this was the most boring transformation ever.
Got it.
You know, I just thought about the fact that I really want a magical anime girl game. Imagine you would actually have a game with, you know, fights and transformations and all that shit. I think that would be so entertaining.
Got what?
I have completed a scan of your somnium, your dream world. My simulations have encountered several mental locks.
Mental locks?
Have you already forgotten? Even your critical thinking abilities have dulled.
Huh?
I see. Eternal.
In short, Somnium is a world built from the deepest recesses of your consciousness. This world is divided into several layers. Each layer stands upon a foundation, a base component. Think of these foundations as mental blocks, or simply locks for convenience. Mental locks must be broken before we can proceed deeper into consciousness. The truth is always hidden within the deepest layers. Therefore, we must...
remove the mental locks?
Correct.
So I just need to turn on all the lights and open the door? Shouldn't be too hard.
Don't be so sure. Appearances in this world can be deceiving. Let's start with the door. Please direct me to the door and give me instructions.
I see. So I can do whatever I want with you in this world.
Well, I suppose that is true, but...
All right, let's do this.
Oh, so I can do whatever I want to you in this world. Yeah, I suppose that's right. All right, let's do this. Yeah. I'm just waiting for the spin-off for this game. Sinking in the brain. Date's dream world. In this strange and surreal dream, trust the light to wake up Date. Date, see? Oh my god. Insomnia, you explore a dream to discover the subject's hidden memories. Unlocking the mental locks will allow you to travel deeper into the dream. Unlocking all of them will reveal important information. A guide to unlocking mental locks is displayed in the upper left corner. Okay, first move closer to the door and investigate. Oh, I do have to physically move you. Yes, oh, I see. Okay.
A door locked with a padlock.
When investigating things, you can choose from a number of options. For now, have Iva investigate the door.
It appears all I have to do is open this door.
I'm starting to wonder if this plays better with keyboard alone than it does with keyboard and mouse.
That is to be expected. Dreams are not bound by logic. This is Date's Somnium, a reality built by dreams.
My Somnium?
I see. Your mental faculties must be hazy because your body is currently sleeping. I suppose I will have to explain.
I'd rather you not disturb my precious sleep.
Shut up and listen.
Such a dummy.
Date, look at that. The places where the light touches have become colored. Perhaps those parts are now tangible. Every human mind is unique. Every human dream has its own set of rules.
I see.
If you understand these rules, the dream world itself becomes malleable. Who was that?
I don't know.
You must know. This is your dream. It is created from your memories.
I don't know what to tell you. I have no idea who that was.
You may remember upon reflection.
I need to give you commands that will unlock the mental locks, right?
Indeed. But it is difficult to predict exactly how an object will behave in Somnium. Think outside the box. Trying different actions will help solve the problem.
Now, what should I have you do?
Don't forget that I have a veto.
Okay, in the Somnium world, you are able to investigate objects that have a floating name. A new object has appeared. A floating name. A winter iris.
A winter iris.
What?
Do you not recognize it? This is an iris that blooms in winter.
I wonder why it's called a winter iris then.
A flower with a woman's name.
Oh wait, right, I can't go close anymore because then I'm just outside of the screen. A flower with a woman's name. Yeah, I mean, this is the most most unique statement ever. I mean, most flowers have male names like Bob and Steve, and I remember that beautiful flower in the corner called Nathan. Oh yeah, let's smell it.
Hey, I didn't know you could smell.
I can't. I'm pantomiming.
Look at this pantomime. I love it.
Isn't it easier to visualize this way?
Sure. Whatever. Not enough.
Pardon?
Harder. You gotta smell it harder.
What? Okay.
Sniffing intensifies.
Amazing suction. Bravo. Marvelous.
What are you experiencing so regularly to cause this to happen in your dreams?
We're able to touch it.
Correct.
So I just need to keep this up?
Something like that.
Hi, Res. Yeah, I'm already having way too much fun in this game. Hi, Res. Good morning, you bean. How are you? You can check your progress on the left side of the screen. Your actions just now advanced your progress. Reach the end to clear the Somnium. Oh, it's Monday. We're getting through the week. We're getting through the week, Res. We're getting through the week. Just keep telling yourself.
The thorns are gone. Now I can activate the switch. Isn't this rewarding, Date? Another place you can touch.
I would rather be sleeping.
Ah, it really likes those transitions. Okay, turn. You unlock the turn on the light mental lock. But there's another mental lock in this Somnium. Unlock the next mental lock using the guide. Open the door as a lead. You can always check the tutorial. Yeah, I don't need the tutorial. I kind of want to try this now. Okay, we have a wine here.
A glass of wine.
Yeah, this suction is good. I love it. It's great. Let's investigate first.
A luxurious red wine, popular on the market today. However, this appears to be a much brighter red than a typical bottle.
Maybe it's a full-bodied red from Bourgogne.
I wonder if that trivia will ever prove useful.
Bourgogne? Maybe it's a red wine from the bourgeoisie.
A glass of wine. The nose is fresh yet rich. I detect smooth tannins and stone fruits.
Where did you learn that from?
Why would you have something like this in your dream?
Even a guy like me enjoys good drinks.
Especially from 1972. I mean, aren't we at least like 20 or 30 years in the future? So we're talking about a wine that is potentially like 80 years old.
But these social engagements never seem to turn out well for you.
Stop. Don't remind me.
And I do agree, Kara. I am always in that mood. Like, if I could just go and nap right now, I think I would. I'd be happy not having to open my eyes again for like an hour or two. Also, I should probably have an epilepsy warning up. If you have epilepsy, please close your eyes.
A floor lamp shaped like a rose.
Because this looks epilepsy inducing. Oh, do we have an R? Sorry, Asune. No R. This is a tough one, isn't it? I love it.
It won't move.
It must mean I don't flinch. I hold my ground like a mountain.
I interpret it more as your irritating personality spreading like pollen in the wind.
The tears won't stop. Must be allergies.
You're just sleepy.
Okay.
A lamp. It looks like a rose.
What happens if we turn it off?
But how?
Oh, we don't even have a switch and it's not plugged in.
I cannot find a switch or a plug.
Even in my dream, I don't get what I want.
In fairness, this is your memory, but this is not your house.
It's somebody else's house. Somebody from my memory. But I have no idea. It could be anyone.
Not necessarily. Dreams do contain an element of randomness, but oftentimes they draw together individuals with strong personal connections. Dreams are constructed similarly to how information is transmitted through the brain.
So what do you take away from all this?
Don't turn off the light. I want to see this.
It's kind of dirty.
Shut up. A basket.
I like her.
Cannot see inside it.
Oh, yeah, you have such a good neighbor. I love it. Where? Basket. How about we just search it for now?
A model of a UFO, a stuffed chupacabra, and a $1 bill.
Occult stuff, maybe?
Does the occult interest you, Date?
The truth is out there.
It is a trending topic. Anyone could have encountered items such as these.
True. Somebody's into the occult.
This is somewhat different than a cult.
I don't know, I've never actually been in Hong Kong. Okay, DJ, you go have a wonderful night, and thank you again for spotting. I think we would have probably spotted it at some point that we were playing the wrong game, but rather early than late. You have a wonderful night, you bean.
A skeleton. It appears to be bleeding from the left eye. There are traces of blood around the left eye socket.
Even though it's just bone?
This skeleton is clinging to some small bit of life.
It's a skeleton.
I hope my bones die and stay dead. They should.
Okay. Let's drink the wine then.
A glass of wine. Leave it to me.
Well, no, I wanted to drink it.
Hey!
Wow, right out of the bottle, huh? The longer we wait, the more drunk she gets.
I feel kinda good.
Why isn't AI getting drunk?
Why do I have to listen to Date diss me all the time?
Oh, she's annoying when she's drunk. Someone else can come take her.
Okay, I suppose that was not very useful. And let's see if...
A lamp. It looks like a rose.
Why would we? I don't know, but let's kick it. So we're just...
You don't have to kick it so hard.
We're meant to do everything, huh?
Give it everything you've got. That's my motto.
It didn't even budge.
I saw the skeleton's skull move slightly. Hey, Date, are we gonna get him too? Huh?
What are you, a thug?
You just want to randomly kick the skeleton. Yeah. It does look pretty good. You can chase me with shrimps. No, thank you.
A skeleton.
No, we're not hitting the skeleton. We're talking to the skeleton.
A skeleton?
You just want someone to talk to, huh?
True. Hello, my name is Iva. What is your name? How are you? I am currently 92% charged and feeling well.
Wait, I have to charge my eyeball.
Hey, don't ignore me. Stupid, bony man. Your mother is a stupid, bony girl. Bony, bony, bony.
Did we insult it enough?
My disappointment is immeasurable.
Your mom was also a skeleton.
A skeleton.
Okay, go and hit it. I know you want to.
Know this, skeleton. I harbor no grudges against you. Hi-ya! What?
Iba, look! The wall!
Well, this is the same room.
Do you have an irrepressible urge for destruction you've been holding back all this time?
Even if I did, adults have to learn moderation, you know. Who is he?
Are you sure you don't know?
I don't know. He looks like some old man.
You could describe him a little more generously.
A hidden item? Insomnia? There's always one somewhere. No more. I can't eat anymore. I'm stuffed. That's not very hidden.
What?
I mean, I suppose that's the item they were referring to. Since I can't click on anything else here. Yeah, there's nothing else to click on. Gun.
A gun came out of the skull? Why is there a gun in this house?
This house has a skeleton in it. Anything can happen.
I hear it's common in the Kyushu area. In fact, it is said that they place hand grenades in the egg cartons in their refrigerators.
That's a true Texan.
Who did you hear that from?
A gun. It won't go off?
It should be fine.
I mean, this is clearly a key. Look at the key.
Look at this hot magnum. I could ventilate some crooks with this thing.
Don't get excited.
Remind you of anyone?
Ventilate some crooks.
No.
See if we have anything else. No, we don't.
A door locked with a padlock.
Put gun in keyhole.
Do you think something this size would fit?
Might fit if you work it in a little. Try just the tip.
I suppose.
No, my neighbor dances on top of my ceiling.
I see. The gun was the key.
I'm pretty sure they do have line dancing parties.
Well. It seems I was key in helping us escape.
Okay, that's it. This dream is over.
I suppose this dream is over then. Guess I'll wake up now.
Good.
Just factual.
I'll open it.
Yeah, now the door is open. Oh, I love this transition. That's so psychedelic. What are date A and B? Are those skins? Day 2, Saturday. Police headquarters, early in the morning.
Good morning, Date. I was waiting for you.
Do you often just sit on your desk? This is a very interesting office. Police poster. A cabinet.
That's been here a while.
A Christmas tree.
Christmas comes every year, right? It's a pain taking that thing down and putting it up again.
You know, I agree. I used to have Christmas decoration year-round in our kitchen. Because, yeah, why take it down? Stationary bike, a lifesaver, a boy band.
Yup. They're all my husbands.
Boss is single, by the way.
I
The
use
symbol?
that thing for stress relief sometimes.
I know. I can hear it all the way down the hall.
A triangular ruler? A snowboard? And
Are
skis?
you familiar with the murder case at the resort called Spur?
Another poster. A darts machine.
Why do you have this?
So if we're trapped down here when World War III starts, we'll have something to do.
Yeah, but this needs electric. Oh no, this isn't electric. Okay, you win. She has a computer on her desk. The type that has a monitor built in. I think it's more the fact that the computer is built into the monitor. Yeah, stickers all over the front.
The battery died on that thing, so the hands have stopped. Like you and me.
What do you mean?
Oh, Date.
The hands have stopped.
Reminds me of you, boss.
The Matryoshka reminds you of her.
Faces, one inside the other.
Oh, I see.
No matter how deep you go, you'll never get to the real you.
Matryoshkas eventually end, though. You get to the last one. Smallest one, like a child. That's the real me. Like it? It reminds me of you, Date.
The key? My name is Kaname. The kanji for key can be read as Kaname. But that's not my real name. I don't know my real name. I don't know anything about myself past 6 years ago. I like the fact that the key reminds her of me. Oh, I just noticed the color. So I suppose the gray color means it doesn't have anything. For a little E. Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? That's what happens when it runs out of tokens. I think we gotta raise the amount of tokens if I wanted to have longer messages. Come on, now I'm really curious what it was talking about. Oh, for a little excitement, of course. Perhaps a little experiment. Oh, I want some peppers. I want something good and spicy. Bags hanging on a rack. Inside the bags are masks, like for costume parties. Shelves. Oh, so yeah, green means we haven't done it, grey means we've done it. The entrance. That's a good help.
Overall length of 15.35 inches, width of 8.8, height of 5.35, and a body weight of just a hair over 830 grams. This RC car has friction dampers on the front and rear axles as well.
How do you know all this stuff?
I used to be a flag girl for RC car racing in my glory days.
A flag girl for RC car racing. Is this a really Japanese thing just in general? Professional RC car racing, or has it been? Because I remember Yakuza has an RC car racing game as well. It's a volleyball and it's a soccer ball.
Looking at that reminds me of my old boyfriend from high school.
So Boss's old love interest must have been an athlete. Interesting. A flag with big catch on it. If your neighbor enjoys such indulgences. Where's the fishing pole? Wasn't there a fishing pole here? No, a broom.
You think it's true that a tanuki's ball sack can stretch up to 10 square feet?
No, it's not.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
But I'm glad we discussed this, boss. Police officer mannequin.
Have you met my partner? This is my childhood friend, Mario. He's a good listener. I tell him all my stories when I get lonely.
This was the moment I started to worry about Boss's mental health.
It's me, Mario. Nice to meet you.
It's me, Mario. Nice to meet you.
He talks?
Soba door curtain. Yeah, I thought that's a restaurant door curtain. Okay, but then... No, there's a pumpkin. Pumpkin carved like a jack-o'-lantern.
Wonder why we call all our pumpkins Jack? What if that pumpkin's name was Bill?
Okay, now I'm curious. I have to read that. Which... large, exaggerated attributes. Yeah, I love Glitch. Glitch is a good bean.
Sorry, it was funnier in my head.
A happy birthday banner decoration. That birthday party was a while ago. It's full of files and binders, but I don't know of what. It's got books, mangas, movies, games, all sorts of stuff. What does she do in here? I think the better question is, what doesn't she do? Okay, I think now we've covered everything. Let's talk to the boss. She's sitting on the desk casually. About the case 6 years ago.
Hey, remember the case you brought up yesterday? The one that happened 6 years ago?
Date, forget about it.
What?
It's been a long time since I've been at a crime scene, and I got a little carried away, and... Look, it was a slip of the tongue, okay? Shouldn't have said anything.
That just makes me want to know even more.
That case has nothing to do with this one.
But it might. Last night you said this could be a copycat crime.
Yes, that's my point. It might be a copycat killer, but it can't be the same killer. That's impossible. Literally impossible. So it's not necessary for you to know about past cases. It would only cloud your judgment.
I don't accept that.
Just give it up, Date.
Okay, what about Mitsuki?
Interrogators say she hasn't said a word since we found her.
The doctors say she's traumatized. She can't speak. She's seeing a specialist at Central Hospital right now.
Did you take her to the hospital after we found her?
Yeah.
Why do I have an AI side on her?
Were you with her this whole time? You're like her legal guardian then.
No, she just lives with me.
The girl we found in the merry-go-round. She's 12 years old, in the 6th grade. Certain circumstances brought us to live together, but we aren't blood related. Sort of like a stray cat that found her way into my home.
In any case, we're not going to get anything from her.
Okay. Well, I see you still haven't cleaned this place up.
Where do you think you are, Agent?
Metro Police Building in Kasumigaseki, Chiyoda District, Tokyo.
Underground. We're 6 stories underground.
Yeah, what about it?
No windows. It's suffocating in here. Dark and dreary all the time. So, I try to make my office colorful. Liven things up a little. It's like a party, right? I want it to feel fun in here.
Wait, why can I ask about the other two? Let me see what happens if I repick this.
I wouldn't tell you even if my life depended on it. Even if you took me to the finest club in Kabukicho and showered me in Dom P, my lips are sealed.
But why, boss?
It's top secret, classified.
It was that bad, huh?
If that's how you want to interpret it.
Yeah, I know, kid. It looked like it wanted to get serious here. About Renshu Okiura.
Have you picked up Renju yet?
He's at a police station nearby being interviewed. He's not a suspect yet, just standard procedure stuff.
Renshu is Shoko's ex-husband and Mizuki's father. Not to mention an old friend of mine.
I wonder what Renshu was doing last night. I did call him a few times. He didn't answer.
He didn't?
No.
The local police tried his phone too, but they got the same result. No one was able to get a hold of him until this morning. We explained the situation to him. Had him verify Shoko's corpse. And, naturally, started asking him questions.
Okay, well, I suppose I can still ask about the case.
Give it a rest, Date. You keep prying into this, and I'll hit you with a sexual harassment complaint.
This isn't harassment or sexual.
I can make it sexual.
Wow. I can make it sexual.
It appears you wouldn't have an issue with that. I can detect your thoughts, remember?
Thank you for your input, Iva.
I wouldn't have a... Okay, let's see if she makes it sexual.
Just promise me you'll let this go, okay? It's a delicate issue. Even more delicate than my patience. So drop it. That's an order. Understood?
Nope, not going to get anything else out of her. She can be stubborn sometimes. There we go, and now it's finally gone. Okay, what is the status of the investigation?
You're my boss? Commander of Abyss Metropolitan Police Department?
I mean, my name.
Huh. I honestly don't know. I've been calling you boss for 6 years, so...
Trust me, it's been more than 6 years.
I suffer from a memory disorder. I don't remember anything past 6 years ago. I've been having flashbacks recently. Fragments of my past.
I'm cute Crash, by the way.
Because if you knew me well enough, you wouldn't have to ask.
Ah, so, nothing to report then. Got it.
Are there any leads at all?
I don't know if I would call them leads.
What about the ice pick? The one we found in Mizuki's hand?
We were able to identify the manufacturer, but it's sold nationwide. It would be impossible to pin down the buyer.
Damn.
We did determine that the shape of the pick and the puncture wounds on the victim match perfectly. We also discovered that the blood on the pick is the victim's.
Meaning that ice pick was probably the murder weapon.
Almost definitely.
Okay, why did she have it? About the ice pick.
The pick Mizuki was holding? The only prints on it are hers. The evidence is really stacking up against her.
No. She couldn't have done it. That's impossible.
Well, then you better hurry up and clear her. She is important to you, right?
Is there any other information?
Let's see. We have some more information about the victim, Shoko Nadami. It's up on the although it's probably nothing you don't already know.
Well, maybe not. I haven't seen her for over a year.
Still, you know more about her than anyone else on the case, right? It's part of the reason why I assigned you to this.
Nadami Shoko, 36 years old. Female. Residence, Meguro District. Met Date Kaname 5 years ago through her husband, Okira Renju. Date and Renju were so-called old drinking buddies. Renju and Shoko had one child together, a daughter named Mizuki, the prime suspect of this case. 4 years ago, they were divorced. Shoko returned to using her maiden name, Nadami.
I should also give you this. It's a picture of Shoko. You'll need this when you're trying to get information, right? Since you don't have a cell phone.
I don't have a cell phone. I took Shoko's picture and put it in my pocket. Who am I? Did we ever identify who called it in?
The person who reported the screaming?
Right.
Unfortunately, not yet.
What's the holdup?
They didn't identify themselves over the phone.
But you should have a location by now.
All we know is that it was a payphone.
Payphone? That's odd.
No. No, you can't tell me that it is the worst. Hold on, I gotta... Yeah. Oh, look at that, it's on my ignore list. No, you have to tell me... No. There has to be something that's worse than 91% negative. Yeah, that's a big part of it. But it has to be worse. There are worse games on Steam. Like, factually.
It is unusual. Whoever it was clearly didn't want us knowing their identity. It may have even been the killer.
That looks very inconvenient and uncomfortable when my eyeball suddenly wants to jump out. Wow, okay, that is impressive. Well, my eyeball now has a body. Hi, eyeball.
Hello.
Hi. I'm gonna take a very short break. I have to use the restroom rather urgently. And this is a really catchy background theme, so I'm gonna leave you with that. So, be right back. There we go again. Sorry for the intermissions, but I had a bit of a food poisoning this weekend, so my stomach still hasn't fully recovered. Thank you, Seth. And don't forget to claim words. We still have the riddle up there. Letters, not words.
No, not hello. I told you not to just pop out of nowhere like that.
I do not understand your concern. Boss knows me by now.
Well, still.
How about this? I'll give you a letter for free. Just let me know which one you want.
Space!
No A. Sorry. It's a tough one, isn't it? I love it. My left eyeball is Aiba. She sees things differently than I do. Who are you?
Is that a serious question? We've been partners for 5 years. You know who I am.
Why did you come out?
I haven't been getting a lot of exercise lately.
You're joking, right?
Oh. You know what we have? We have an eye. Hold on. Gotta go. And where did the riddle go? There it is. Because we do indeed have an eye. Not just one. Because we have one here. And one here. And one here. That was a really good letter. Good catch, Isune. It's been 5 years since we first met. One day I got called into the control room and Pewter, the engineer, showed it to me.
The official title is AI Ball.
I know. I know, Seth.
Call her Aiba. The artificial intelligence contained within this sphere is nothing short of miraculous. An autonomous artificial intelligence birthed from collective nanotechnology. Its ability to think is controlled by a program we call the Wadjet system. Special Agent Date, from today forward, this is your partner. She will be your personal computer and your personal companion.
Aiba's been living in my head ever since. She gathers info and runs analysis. She can also access wireless networks and hack into other computers. While she's in my eye socket, we communicate through an artificial nerve to my brain. It lets us talk without actually speaking. Oh, why did you come out?
Okay, really now. What's the real reason you came out?
There is something I need to report to the boss.
To me?
Correct. I could have had the message relayed through Date, but that would have been less efficient. I concluded that it was better to have the both of you hear this together.
Aren't you wasting a lot of time explaining this?
Please listen quietly. I have determined who reported the crime.
Huh?
You have?
Okay, you know, you are kind of cute like that.
Aren't I? I receive that compliment frequently.
Your attitude isn't, though.
So, am I cute or not cute?
I was joking.
I don't understand your joke. Can you explain what's funny about it?
Nope, not cute at all. No, I wanted to click on you. Okay, who reported the crime?
I found the payphone that the caller used. It was near the location of the crime, Bloom Park. Thus, I decided to check the surveillance footage of any security cameras operating nearby.
So you found a way into that database?
That is correct. That area has little foot traffic, even less at night. The time of the report was around 9 p.m. Cameras only caught one person in the area around that time. I analyzed the footage and was able to obtain a facial recognition match. They were registered as a person of interest in the police database.
Oh my god, who was it?
Well, that's a gamer.
Matsushita Ota, 24 years old.
No way in hell he's 24. Look at that face. He's like a 12-year-old. Maybe 14, maybe early puberty or something like this, but that does... No, he's not 24.
I have marked his address on the map. That is all.
Date?
Way ahead of you, boss. Let's go, Iba.
Affirmative.
When you are able to visit a new destination, a map will appear in the bottom right of the screen. Open up the map and pick a destination. Yeah, but first you come back inside.
No.
I'm giving you an order.
Does not compute.
It's cute. So, about Iba.
Hey, boss. Is it possible to do something about her personality?
Don't ask me. I didn't create her. Get Pewter to tinker with her.
Wasn't the AI ball your idea, though?
Yeah, but I didn't choose her personality or the way she talks. You can thank Pewter for that.
About my eye.
Hey, so... about my left eye.
Now's not the time to talk about that.
Okay. About eye?
I've been thinking a lot lately. About myself. Do I have another mind inside me? Am I really me?
Well, it reminds me of something Arthur Rimbaud once wrote. I is another.
I is another.
Meaning what?
You have to figure that out for yourself. That's the point.
I is another. I'm not sure if I love it or hate it. I'm somewhere stuck in the middle. I love the slight obscurity of it, but at the same time it sounds like something extremely empty. It's weird. Oh, there's a rug.
That's a Persian rug, you know. Very expensive.
Oh yeah? How much?
10 billion yen.
No, it's not. Because 10 billion yen is 100 million US dollars. I don't think it's that much.
What are you, in elementary school?
Yes, exactly. About AI.
Hey, what does love mean to you?
Where is this coming from?
Just answer the question.
Let me guess. You're asking me because the Japanese word for love is I, right? Like a pun?
Oh, I see.
I'm right, aren't I? You dork.
That hurts, you know.
Okay, now we're done talking to everyone. Matsushita Diner. Is that the only address we have? Oh, you nap well, Asune. I'm probably about an hour and a half or so away from napping myself. Sleep well. Saturday, 10:18 a.m.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry we aren't open yet.
Oh, I'm not a customer. I'm here for something else. I'm with the MPD.
I flashed my badge.
Oh, heavens, no. Is my boy... Is Ota in trouble?
Calm down, man. I'm just here to ask some questions.
She hurried out of the kitchen.
And you're Ota's...
His mother.
And your name, ma'am?
Mayumi Matsushita.
Miss Matsushita. Before we talk, could I make a request? Could you put that knife down, please?
Oh, goodness. Sorry.
Mayumi put the knife down on the table beside her. There's a kitchen knife on the table. Something is engraved on the handle.
A kitchen knife with a floral pattern.
And there's something written on the handle.
Mom, I love you always.
Ota gave me that knife for Mother's Day when he was in elementary school.
It's a weird present to get from an elementary kid.
He knows how much I love flowery designs. I've used it every single day since he gave it to me. Oh, it's more than just a kitchen knife. It means the world to me.
Is there more? No. Oh, I just had to relook at that, didn't I? Yeah. Condiments.
Pepper, a blend of red cayenne and spices, and an unidentified liquid.
It says Mayumi's black sauce.
Self-made soy sauce. Neither of us can figure out what that sauce is. It's a menu.
Kazuaki's cheek, boiled in red wine.
Kuroda Kazuaki's cheek.
Let's hope that's not what it sounds like.
Wow. Are you a keyboard? Because you're just my type. That is good. Hey baby, are you a keyboard? Disposable chopsticks. Table. A chair.
Jellyfish.
What?
Sure, it's a large jellyfish in the middle of this restaurant here.
I mean, I suppose, yes. It's these round chairs look like large jellyfish. Mob, a poster, beer ad.
You have zero standards, Kaname Date.
Shouldn't you keep your points for the riddle instead? Nothing but a window. Menus written on the wall on Tansaku paper.
That is the autograph of Iruka from Dark Zone Kalimas.
Who?
Some celebrity's autograph. No. No, this is a very easy riddle. To be exact, the phrase I'm looking for is about 3 seconds long. It's a long phrase. And? Do you not have Google Translate? Or, you know, a common understanding? It's not difficult. No, it's not. A bookshelf. It's got stickers on the side of it. And a lucky cat.
What the hell?
Are you unfamiliar with the superstition? Imitating a cat's meow to a lucky cat statue grants that person
I'm cute
happiness
Crash,
and
by the
health.
way.
Oh, really? Is that something you're meant to do?
Is that right?
You're actually meant to meow at a lucky cat. Also, good morning, Dalton. I was not aware you're meant to meow at a lucky cat. An old CRT.
Unlikely. I do not detect any tumors or antennas.
More menus. Okay, we should have everything done on this side. Yes, we do. There's the counter, the kitchen, but nothing special in there either. The swinging door.
A swinging door.
A swinging door. A package.
It was delivered a little while ago.
Any idea what's inside it?
It's bound to be merchandise from that horrible succubus. She forces Oda to buy them. I know it.
What? It's a cardboard box. There's a delivery slip attached to it.
The sender is Great Grin.
A popular online store.
The product description reads, solid model.
We should look inside. Use the X-ray mode.
Now, what is this?
A solid PVC model of a person, known as a figure.
Something's written on the base.
The letters appear to be some kind of metal. The permeability of X-ray vision should make them legible.
A set.
I fucked a polar bear.
Allow me to investigate. A moment, please.
Well, did you investigate it or not? Okay, I suppose then let's talk to her. Because these are all the same things again. More lucky cats, a fortune sign. Ota's mother, Mayumi Matsushita. Tell me about your restaurant.
Oh, it's just a little diner. But not to toot my own horn or anything. We do get quite a lot of customers.
Come, Dalton.
I manage it with my husband, but it can get pretty hectic during lunchtime.
Peculiar.
What?
This establishment is near the Kawasaki district that's been off limits for 8 years. That could mean... Never mind.
How long have you been here?
Oh, about 30 years now. We had to borrow a lot of money to get started. Back then, everyone was willing to lend you money.
Where is your husband?
I think... he went to buy some ingredients. He comes and goes all the time without telling me. This is nothing new.
About the weather.
The rain last night was pretty bad, wasn't it?
The rain? Oh, right, yes.
About Shoko.
Does this woman look familiar to you?
No, I don't recognize her. Who is she?
No one. Don't worry about it.
Is Ota here?
That boy, he's been hanging out at this office building lately.
What kind of office?
Oh, what was it? It's a place where irresponsible young men hang out. Nonconformists and the like.
Those rebels.
What, like gangsters?
Oh, heavens, no, nothing like that. Ota wouldn't go to a place like that.
Then...
Oh, I remember. It's a production office, an entertainment company.
What's the name of the company?
What was it? I'm sorry, my memory's been so spotty lately.
Why does Ota hang out there?
Because there's a goddess there.
You'd love to know that, huh? I don't keep track, Seth, but I hope someone else does. Yeah, I know I'm evil.
What?
Ota says it all the time. A goddess. More like a witch, if you ask me.
A witch, huh?
Yes, a witch put a spell on my poor Ota. Makes him spend all his money on her. You see that box over there?
The one on the table?
Yes. Just look. You'll see what I mean.
So is this witch working there?
Yes. That good-for-nothing temptress works for that entertainment group. She's an idol.
Do you know her name? I'm assuming it's not witch.
Her name? I don't remember. I just call her the witch.
Alright, I'm getting nowhere. She doesn't remember the talent or the company.
Syntax error.
Even I am at a loss.
Yeah.
Call him?
Yes. Does he have a cell phone?
A cell phone? Why would he need a cell phone if we have a phone at the house?
He doesn't have one?
He better not. Waste of money.
You can abandon this line of questioning, Date. Ota does have a phone. I found his number.
I love Glitch. Glitch is a good bean. Oh my god, did his... Yeah, his subscription ran out. That's why he can't do the emotes anymore. Hold on. There. I have to do that or I don't get emotes.
Looks like Moxie's Motel is taking over the Tier 1 room service bill for the _GL1TCH. Thank you for the support, Ubeam.
Unfortunately, you have to be a Twitch partner to actually get a free sub for your bot. But, you know, at least I get half of it back, so I essentially just paid $16 to get half a year of my emotes on my bot. It's kind of sad, isn't it?
Call it.
I have already attempted to call multiple times. There is no connection. Either the phone is off or he has no reception.
Let's hope he's not face down in a gutter somewhere.
That would be unsanitary, as well as a violation of waste disposal codes. Date, I found some information about the figure. Aset is the name of a popular female musician.
That sounds like our witch. Is A-Set a group name?
No, it is a single artist.
An A-Set figure, huh?
Correct.
What's the name of her talent agency?
Lemniscate.
Lemniscate.
Sorry, what?
I repeat, Lemniscate.
Lemniscate?
Renju owns that company.
Correct.
Excuse me. Does the name Lemniscate ring a bell?
Oh, yes! That's where Ota goes.
Iva, bring the car around.
At once.
Let's see if we have anything else, but I suspect we're done here now. Was there anything else here? No, did I just really have to look at the slip?
This reminds me of the funniest props compilation I saw.
You reached pretty far back for that reference.
Okay, we have nothing else from her either, so let's go then. Let's go to Lemniscate. Oh, hi, Iced Loon. Here, give me just a second. I actually have to cheat a little today for that. but you will totally get this. I just have to move myself back into the original position, because when I get close, I'm right here and very boopable. So boop away, it's all yours. How are you today, Beans? Hi, Melina. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. There's your boop. I don't want to block the currently speaking person, so I'm positioning myself over here instead today. Saturday, 11:45 a.m.
That's it?
Correct.
Yep, that's the person we're looking for.
Who are you?
The 24-year-old. I showed him my badge.
I'm from the MPD.
Oh, congrats, Melina. That is always nice. Me too, actually. I mean, I didn't fall asleep until like 4 a.m., but I got at least 4 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Mostly. My puggle had a very, very, very audible dream, and it was so loud that it actually woke both of us. We were laying in bed, and Kit actually asked me if everything's all right, because he wasn't sure who was making these really sicklish sounds. But he was just having dreamborgs while laying on his back and reverse splooting. So he had a very strong reverberation in his voice. I swear, that dog. One day, if I can just record him and his dreamborgs, they are so loud and high-pitched that you always have the feeling something is wrong.
The police?
Lots of magazines in that rack. Let's see. How to take a girl home in just 2 minutes. Tranquilizers. The solution is tranquilizers. Because anything 2 minutes or less is tranquilizers. Yeah, vending machine full of drinks. A door. There's probably an office back there. A plant.
Look! Ants! Look at them go! Yay!
We need to have a discussion about your obsession with insects.
Promotional videos of the agency's talent are playing. Nothing dirty though. This isn't that kind of company. So far, so far. Ow. Oh, I'm in pain. It's a high table.
That is a high stool.
A high school?
No, Date.
Yeah, our dogs dream bark and dream move and kick but usually barking and howling are the biggest ones. Like our German Shepherd Husky mix has dream howls. He'll just lay there and suddenly you hear, ooh, just like a faint little ooh. And it is the fucking cutest thing ever. But the problem is you go record that. It's like, first of all, you need a muted phone, because if he hears the recording sound, he immediately wakes up. Then you can't make a sound picking up the phone because he wakes up. So I've been trying for like 2 years to record those cute little dreamborgs, and I've never succeeded. I still have hopes that one day he'll just sleep behind me during a stream, because he does that. And since I permanently talk, he then has no problem with me talking. So he might still fall asleep. Maybe one day. But yes, doggos are cute. Doggos are the best. A large window, and then what do we see outside? This is a very weird place. There's an abstract painting hung up.
What's that supposed to be?
I do not know.
The company's logo, a receptionist with huge breasts. I'm glad that that had to be mentioned. It's like the fact that that was an essential part to mention. Huge breasts. There are huge breasts sitting behind the desk. It's like the receptionist is now actually gone. It's just the breasts left. Oh, fuck this game. Ota's laptop.
Break that thing in half.
Why?
You can pay for the damages.
Damn it.
What's wrong with it? Yes, there's a pair of giant breasts sitting behind the desk. just boobs. Ota won't even look in my direction. He's just typing away on his laptop. What can you tell me about last night?
Last night?
Don't play dumb, kid. Yesterday, 9 p.m., you called the police from a payphone. You told them about screaming you heard coming from Bloom Park.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, Ota, look. We either do this here, or I take you down to the station.
Do you have a warrant? Article 2.3 of the Execution of Law Enforcement Code. Unless initiated by legal process, no person shall be detained or obligated to answer any questions without explicit consent.
Yeah, this is the type of kid. Stop calling him a kid. He's 23 years old. Hey, Eternal, you're a kid. Yeah, this is we're solving a murder of a woman who had her eye poked out with a ice pick and then murdered. And the woman's daughter was found holding the ice pick hiding. And her husband owns this company. Are you a fan of ASET?
How did you know that?
Because I'm psychic.
Excuse me?
What are you typing?
Nothing. Could you stop bothering me, please?
Well, could you look at me?
No, I'm kinda busy right now.
No, I'm not gonna punch him. The heck am I meant to punch him? Yeah, I know Dalton. I mean, but look at him. He looks like a kid. I have nothing else I can do here. Is this really what... Okay.
Date, wait. Causing a disturbance in public will result in disciplinary action.
Then what should I do?
I have an idea. Give me a moment.
Okay, I'm waiting. Kick him. Let me guess, I do actually have to select that now.
I told you to wait.
Waiting's just pissing me off more.
Perhaps your dosage needs to be increased.
What?
Listen to me, Date. Ota's PC is connected to the internet via Wi-Fi. I was curious, so I hacked into it.
Does Tessa refer to ASET?
That is a popular fan nickname for her.
That means motto has to be Ota.
Correct. However, it appears that Ota is the one operating the other 3 accounts as well.
What?
So he just chats with himself?
Protein Fiber, Pongo Ponko, and KG are all Ota's sub-accounts. Ota is insulting Aset and defending her all by himself.
I see.
This is what's known as a straw man sock puppet or false flagging.
Yeah, I love the Twitter. Hey, kid.
Kid,
What do you want?
I'm gonna tell Aset
Tell her what?
that you're sock puppeting for her on Twitter.
Twitter.
No, what are
You should drop the attitude.
you? Shouldn't make those kinds of accusations. Do you want to get sued for defamation?
Optical protein fiber, Pongo Ponko, and KG are all your sub-accounts.
What? How do you know that?
I told you, kid. I'm psychic. Now, I have some questions for you.
Fine.
Okay, about last night.
I'm gonna ask you again. Were you the one who reported the screaming at Bloom Park around 9?
Yes.
Why were you in the area? You better tell me, or I'll tell everyone about your little imaginary enemies. Hey everyone, this guy...
Okay, I'll talk.
Okay, about last night.
I went to Bloom Park because I was supposed to meet someone.
Did you enter the park?
Yes.
So who were you meeting?
A girl named Mizuki Okiura.
What did you say?
That was the child that was found with the murder weapon.
Mizuki Okiura? She's the daughter of the president of Lemniscate. Do you know her?
Yeah, I know her.
Okay. How do you know Mizuki?
She's just a friend.
Yes, she better be.
What? Why do you care?
Where and how did you two meet?
Here, the Lemniscate lobby. Mizuki is friends with Tessa. I was talking to Tessa one day and she just comes up like, hey.
When was this?
Last September. So, I guess the relationship has lasted over a year now.
Don't call it a relationship.
Well, what am I supposed to call it?
Why would you not call it a relationship? How do you know Mizuki? I thought he already answered that.
Anyway, I have her look over my work sometimes.
Work?
I write light novels.
Really? What's your pen name?
Odoin Kyoma.
That is a lie. Database searches reveal no professional authors have ever submitted work under that name.
Hey, Ota. How about you stop lying to me? My third eye can see through your bullshit.
Well, I'm not a published author. I'm an aspiring author, to be exact. So, anyway, Mizuki reads my novels. I get notes and advice from her.
From a 6th grader?
She's surprisingly insightful. She has the talent to be an editor for sure.
Hey, Iva. What do you think would happen if I flip this table over right now?
It would come out of your salary.
You're probably right. Guess I won't.
Just a low table in front of the sofa. I like these random infos. Can you provide a detailed account of last night?
Around 8:10 last night, I got a call from Mizuki saying she wanted to meet me at Bloom Park. She sounded scared. You know how that area is run down and abandoned? I think she wanted me to go with her as protection.
But why Bloom Park?
Someone messaged her on Nile.
Nile is a popular messaging application for smartphones and PCs.
Nile. What is Nile making fun of? It's not WhatsApp. What's a Japanese messaging app? I'm pretty sure it's making fun of whatever is the Japanese equivalent of Telegram.
What did they say?
She didn't tell me exactly, but it said to come to the merry-go-round at Bloom Park tonight.
Who sent it?
I don't know. But Mizuki was determined to go.
It is a real snoodle greeting.
What happened next?
I met up with Mizuki and we went into the park.
Did you leave her there?
Did you leave her there? You left a 12-year-old girl by herself?
I didn't mean to. I was panicking. People do stupid things when they're in fight or flight mode.
Wait, is he 23? Is he really 23? Because he is 23 and he has a relationship with a 12-year-old girl for a year now. Okay.
Like when people grab their pillow and run out of their house in a fire.
Jeez, you're a real hero, kid.
See, I knew you would make fun of me. This is why I didn't want to tell you.
Is that why you didn't identify yourself on the phone? You seriously didn't think we'd find you? Mizuki would have told us everything.
I didn't think she would.
Why wouldn't she?
She said that if she ever got caught going out at night with someone like me, her roommate would kill her.
Good girl.
Well, it's because I'm her roommate. I suppose. Why did you use a payphone?
I tried using my cell phone at first, but my heart was pounding and I was scared and my hand was shaking. And with the rain last night, it kind of slipped out of my hand.
Hey, where barista you been? How are you today? How has your day been?
You dropped it?
Yeah, right into a puddle.
Iba, can you trace the last signal that Ota's phone sent out?
Near Bloom Park, just past 9 p.m. The phone has not been turned on since.
Guess he's telling the truth.
Hey, Ota, what are you doing?
Tessa!
Yeah, she definitely looks like an idol.
And you are?
Mr. Dante from the MPD.
It's time for another good idea, bad idea.
He came here to ask me about what happened last night.
You mean a detective?
Hi, Zeke.
Wow! I've never met a real detective
Just a
before.
second.
Date, your adrenaline level is rising.
Oh, she's that cute, huh? Halictree or Erdtree? Well, the good idea is to just pick one and do it. And I would say Erdtree makes more sense. I mean, the bad idea is to do them Iron Man. If you ever die, you delete the save game and try again. Be a real man. Be a real gamer. Only real gamers only play Iron Man, regardless of what game it is. Minesweeper, Iron Man. If you die, you uninstall the game. Problem solved. Vintage Story. Hold on, I gotta look this up. What is Vintage Story? Vintage Story is an uncompromising wilderness survival sandbox game. Oh, the Lovecraftian. Yes, yes. It's not even on Steam, is it? I think it's yeah, it's actually not on Steam. That is such a rarity. They actually don't want it to be on Steam. Here, there's even an FAQ about why they don't want it. Because Steam takes 30%. Yes, and I agree. That's way too much. You don't want it on Steam because Steam refunds after 2 hours and you want to give more time. See, now this I agree with. We think the game still needs more polish before it would be ready for Steam. You only get one chance to debut on Steam, and the momentum from that debut determines if your game takes off like a rocket or if you get review bombed into oblivion. Yes, I 100% agree there. If you're not ready for a Steam release, don't put it on Steam, because if you fuck up the initial release, you can't repair that. It will always harm you, period. But yeah, this sounds interesting. Vintage Story. Let's take a look. Oh. Okay, this looks really interesting. Yeah, I definitely have to keep an eye on that. I'm gonna move that over here. Never heard of it. Definitely interested now. Oh, thank you, Brief Love. It's very sweet. I hope you have a wonderful day too. Oh, winter sounds rough in that game, yeah. Yeah, I gotta take a closer look at that. I've never heard of it before. Which for me is always a bit of a weird thing. Let's see, what does it actually cost? Costs 18 euros. Or 55 for a 4-pack.
Sir,
yeah, that's not too bad.
Your hat has arrived.
Not sure why it shows it in euros. I suppose it's a European. Oh yeah, it's an Austrian company. Interesting. Yeah, I'm really interested in that. Also, this is a good detective fedora. It's always my favorite fedora. But yeah, let's check out why my adrenaline level is rising while that cute girl is here, right? I'm sure it has nothing to do with it.
Is something the matter?
No, nothing.
Yeah, I definitely have to look at that. Did you talk to her about last night?
Oh,
I heard about it. About Ota seeing that corpse at Bloom Park. He told me.
Tessa?
Why didn't you come to the police?
Such a shocking story would certainly pique the young woman's interest. It is possible Ota wanted her attention.
told her about a dead body he found for attention?
Actually, I already knew about it before Ota told me.
How?
It's all over the internet. When I saw Ota this morning, I asked him about it. He told me he saw the body.
But yeah, this is AI, the Somnium Files from Spike Chunsoft. I've never played a visual novel before, so this is actually my first time in a visual novel. And I thought this would be a good start, especially since it's mostly voiced over. And it has this amazing humor. Or see, now she's a receptionist with huge breasts again. There's a receptionist with huge breasts sitting. No, I don't. I literally, I have no idea what's happening. And I just love the fact that the more you inspect her, the more the receptionist becomes unimportant. There's a receptionist with huge breasts. Huge breasts. Breasts. I love it. There are huge breasts sitting behind the desk. I'm sorry, this makes me giggle like a child. I love it. This is my kind of dumb humor. You're friends with Mizuki?
Mizuki Okiura? Yeah, I am. Mr. Okiura runs the agency, and Mizuki is his daughter. So, we hang out sometimes.
Is that how you became friends?
There's more to it than that, but basically.
Oh yeah, I am. I'm really looking forward to this. Mizuki and I live under the same roof, but she doesn't tell me about her personal life. She doesn't tell me much of anything, come to think of it. I'm totally in the dark.
So, Mizuki must come here to hang out sometimes.
What's your relationship with Ota?
Relationship?
We're like a goddess and a summoned thrall.
Her thrall?
If Tessa ever gets in trouble, I swoop in and protect her.
You sound more like a superhero than a thrall. Ota always defends me when I'm getting bashed online.
Stop.
Especially if he does it himself.
This guy.
So you are... of course you are ACID. Why do I have to ask this at this point?
Let me confirm something. You're ACID, right?
Let's play a game. Shadows!
Thread? Silhouette? ASET!
What?
Fears!
Upset? Regret? ASET!
Water!
Wet? Sweat? ASET!
What? What are they playing?
Yay! ASET, you bet!
The magnetic currents in the atmosphere are clearly causing aberrant behavior. We should leave. At once.
Yeah.
Something wrong?
How old are you?
I turned 18 this year.
A senior in high school?
Yep.
Date, I recommend you keep your hands to yourself.
Don't worry. I'm not gonna make a move.
What?
Oh, I meant Ota.
Wait.
What?
You were gonna make a move on me?
You aren't even
About ACID.
Gee, Tessa. You always look so cute. So cute. So cute that I can't take it. Don't you think so too, Date?
You're awfully familiar with her.
I can't help it. Her loving aura is in the air. When I'm with her, my head gets all light, and I just relax and don't sweat the small stuff, you know?
About Shoko Nadami. I took out Shoko's photo from my pocket and showed it to Ota.
You know who this is, right?
Yeah, it's the woman I saw at Bloom Park. Her name is Shoko Nadami. I saw it on the news.
Wait, do you not know who her daughter is?
She has a daughter?
I didn't know that either.
Oh.
They must be unaware that Shoko is Mizuki's mother.
Maybe because her last name is different. Nadami and Okiura.
So yeah, Shoko is the one that got murdered, and she is the one that found the murder that was found with the murder weapon.
It has also not yet been reported that Shoko is Renju's ex-wife.
Ota is looking at A set. Well, not really a look, more of a gog or an enraptured gaze. Do I really have to tell her about the sock puppeting?
Hey, let me tell you something. It's about those posts on 2 Winter.
Wait!
Huh. Looks like you're my thrall now. Isn't that right, Ota?
Yeah, just be cool.
I see.
Come on, I'm shy. You're embarrassing me.
Oh yeah, I suppose we're leaving then.
Date, I have determined that these two have no further information for us. Our goal is to find the murderer of Shoko Nadami. Let us...
Right. Let's head back to the crime scene. See you kids later.
Where you going?
Back to where the corpse was found.
In that case, I'll go with you.
You'll what?
Please take me with you.
Why?
Because I want to know more about what happened. Do you have any suspects? Probably some crazy murderer, right? That's what Ota was telling me. The corpse was strung up on that merry-go-round. It must have been some kind of twisted message.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed this game so far.
Ota, take a video.
Huh?
Just do it. Mr. Date!
What?
Please, Mr. Date, you can't leave me.
What?
I can't imagine life without you.
What are you doing?
Ota, did you get it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she is... What the heck was that? What are you doing?
Mr. Date, you are a member of the MPD, aren't you? A public servant? I wonder, what would happen if this little video happened to go viral?
You wouldn't.
Oh, and just so you know, taking my phone away won't help. It's already in the cloud.
You little...
Yeah, she's a lovely one. Why are you doing this?
I told you. I want you to take me to the scene of the crime. If you do, I promise I'll delete the video.
Date, a thought has occurred to me. She really is quite the seductress.
Oh, that thought has occurred to you. Aset has a rather inappropriate smile on her face given the circumstances. Something wrong?
No, not at all.
Is it because I hugged your girlfriend?
Imagining your body sinking into Tokyo Bay.
I'm used to sinking. Part of the job.
Huh?
Ota is staring daggers at me. Oh, the breasts. Look at these huge breasts sitting behind the disc. I still can't get over that. But yeah, there's nothing else here. So let's go back to the crime scene. They're driving on the wrong side of the street.
Squim, squim.
No, you can't. Booba is gone now. Here, how about this? I'll give you Beans 2 more free letters for the riddle. The first 2 letters in chat, I'll add them to the riddle. 2 letters. Whoever's fastest gets them. Well, one each.
Mr. Date, shouldn't you keep your eyes on the road?
Don't worry about it. I'm a professional.
Nope, no A. No A in it. Do you have questions for me?
Questions. What's it like being a detective?
But you know what? There is a K. There is an N, not a K. An N. I don't know how I got to K. Haha. And no O. I'll give you that one for free.
Wouldn't know much about that. I'm not a detective.
But you are a cop, right?
Right. But I'm not on the crimes unit.
Then what unit are you in?
What indeed?
You aren't gonna tell me?
You're in a cop's car. The cop isn't even telling you what cop he is. Shouldn't that worry you? And yes, I know, Melina. I'm just making fun of the fact that they are driving on the wrong side. Even though this looks like a one-way street anyway, so it doesn't matter. He's now just driving on the slower side, not on the wrong one.
Just thinking about posting that video.
Whoa, hold up now.
Well then, tell me!
The car isn't domestic. It's made in Australia, so the steering wheel is on the right side. It's because they also drive on the left side of the road.
And Indians use the left too.
What?
Nothing. Just thinking.
The dashboard. The dash has a ton of stuff built in. It has the speedometer, tachometer, and other meters and gauges.
This ride is pretty rad, huh?
It is indeed rad.
Center console has got AC and radio controls. Oh, Iba can even remotely control it, and because modern. Despite the fact that it looks so old, I mean, this looks like a physical push button radio. The steering wheel. I'm actually mildly surprised we don't see the window lever things.
Hey, you got any guns in here? I bet you do.
No, not in there.
So you do have a gun.
Well, of course I have a gun, but it's definitely not in the cloth box that's in front of you. About that video.
You know, now that I think about it, wouldn't you get in trouble for that video too?
What?
The video. You're an idol, right? You have a status to maintain. If that video went viral, I think you'd be in trouble too.
It's okay.
It is?
Because sometime real soon, I'm going to die.
Okay.
What?
I can see into the future. I know when I'm going to die. Just kidding!
Yeah, she's a bitch.
Hope so.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised in this game.
Anyway, I'm not going down without a fight. So I will release that video if you don't cooperate.
Well, you release that video and I'll unbutton you and shove you out the door, ma'am. About Mizuki.
We're good friends. We go to movies and karaoke and go shopping together. She's really good at listening to me bitch and moan about my problems.
Yeah, and you're really good at bitching and moaning about your problems, so it's like a win-win situation.
I'm so much older than her, but it really doesn't even feel like it.
Why did you become an idol?
Well, I guess it was because I've always wanted to be famous, you know? I want to be famous, get on TV, be a household name.
You're not there yet.
It's alright. Internet stars do better if they don't sell out.
Yeah, I mean, it always depends on essentially the manager you have. But yeah, in general, it's frowned upon no matter what, whether you're a girl or a boy idol band or solo, because sex sells. You know, affection sells. I mean, do you think all those Take That and Backstreet Boys albums would have sold the way they did if those boys would have come out and said, oh yeah, we're all gay, where we're all kissing each other? No, it always had to be these appealing, reachable boys. Just no sex. No sex. They don't have sex. Britney Spears was always a virgin. We know the deals.
Internet star?
Ota didn't tell you? I'm most famous on the internet. I do songs and dances and play video games and stuff on stream. Have you heard of Shovel Forge?
Oh my god, Shovel Forge? Hold on. Isn't that... That's also mentioned somewhere too. Yeah, Shovel Forge is now a real thing. I remember reading that. No, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of what was the mobile rhythm game called? Otis. And they have a game that sounds nearly identical. No, Shovel Force is a 3D sandbox game where players can build and create various objects within a blocky environment. It's essentially Minecraft.
Shovel Forge is a game in which you manipulate cubes on the terrain to build structures.
I've been focusing a lot on that game lately.
What about being on TV?
I'm not very popular yet. I can only get on TV as a background singer or something. I don't get many gigs either.
What was the rhythm? Now I have to look it up. What was that rhythm game called? Citus 2. In Citus, the main character plays an MMO, and I think it has a name very close to this, and I can't come up with it. I'm stuck on that now. About Ota.
Why do you ask?
You two are very close for an idol and a fan.
Ota is special. He really is like a hero to me.
Hero, huh?
How did you start working for Lemniscate?
Well, at first all I did was stream from home. And then, not to sound cocky, but I started getting pretty big. I started getting offers from agencies.
And one of them was Lemniscate?
Well, not exactly.
Huh?
My mom's actually an old friend of the president of the agency.
Okay, her mom is a friend. I'm trying my hardest to memorize these connections.
So I asked him for advice one day. You know, you have to be careful. Even a place that looks legitimate with an office and everything can be sketchy.
Oh yeah, I know that. I work for one.
And my mom and I didn't know anything about the industry at all. Anyway, one day Mr. Okiura said to come see him at his office, and he hooked me up.
About my department.
I'm part of a special investigation unit known as Abyss.
Date!
I don't have a choice.
What's Abyss?
Advanced Brain Investigation Squad. The public doesn't know about it.
Wow, cool!
Don't tell anyone.
I promise I won't. I swear to the Egyptian goddess Isis.
That's a random one. Why would I ask? Oh, well, I suppose I'm asking for your real name.
By the way, I didn't catch your name.
You really want to know?
It's okay if you don't want to tell me.
Iris. Iris Sagan.
Oh, Sagan, I see.
I know, weird, right?
Ratty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Had it, poke it, fill it with fruit.
Something wrong?
No, there's nothing.
Saturday, 1:12 p.m. back at the Bloom Park.
Excuse me, Yukoname Date?
Yup.
That's right.
And the girl?
She's an important witness for this case.
Yep.
We've got business here.
Oh, okay.
Iris couldn't hold back her excitement and rushed onto the scene. Shh.
A black and white bear? I'm not gonna be punished, am I?
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Just thinking about a game I like.
Yeah, that's the panda, right?
Mr. Date, that horse.
That was stored in the warehouse nearby. Some kids must have broken in and put it up as a joke.
I kind of like that. It looks pathetic. Like, I like having this as art. A parasol. I just want this in my home. There's the Ferris wheel. It still reminds me of a giant eye staring down. The roof of the merry-go-round. There's a hole in it now from all the years of weathering.
Is that a phone booth?
No, it's the control room. This is where the staff would run the merry-go-round.
I was joking. But hey, if you sense any trouble, you can hop in there and change.
How old are you, making that reference?
I suspect that she did not give you her real age, knowing what a phone booth is.
Yeah, I mean, who even knows what a phone booth is nowadays? Here's an honest question. When have you, if ever, walked into a phone booth in your life? Because I am pretty sure I remember the last time I did it. And it was... yeah, I suppose Doctor Who. I mean, it's not a phone booth per se, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think the last time I used a phone booth, it's been about 20 years ago. I remember using a calling card because I had to call home and my phone was empty. I had a mobile phone at that point and it was empty. So I used a phone booth to call home with a calling card. I remember that. There's a fence around the merry-go-round. It's a bench. I wonder how many couples sat there. It makes me kind of angry for some reason.
I would burn all those damn benches if I could.
What?
Where is this anger coming from?
Why are you angry at a couple's bench?
It's not looking too great. We searched all over here, but we didn't find nothing.
Okay, so I spoke with everyone. I clicked all of them clickies. There was something. There was a clicky here, wasn't there? No. The holographic caution tape. I like the holographic caution tape. What are you doing?
I was trying to find some clues.
She's a natural detective, huh?
I mean, truth is, no one needs phone booths anymore nowadays.
Mr. Date, was the body on top of this horse here?
Yeah, that's the one.
Seems like some kind of ritual murder to me. Maybe a religious cult sacrificing her to the devil or something. They conducted their ritual here. Like shadowy, hooded figures going around and around, stabbing her one by one.
It's a very visual image.
Quite an imagination. But, do you have any proof?
I do.
Well, let's hear it.
Oh, I thought you were continuing. Why do you think this was a ritual murder?
The horses. Horse? Sounds kind of like Horus, right?
Yeah, I imagine if you live far out of the suburban area, sidewalks just cease to exist. It's actually funny. Since, you know, I live in the middle of Denver, spot on, not downtown anymore, slightly outside, but still it's Denver City. We're actually in the regional district, Denver district. And of course you have sidewalks here. You have sidewalks on every street except one. On the street where all the McMansions are. All the rich people houses. For some reason that street has no sidewalk. And I love the fact that the street that has the biggest houses, that has houses that have lakes in front of them, has no sidewalks. Because why would you promote dirty pedestrians walking in front of your home? It's so weird how every single street has sidewalks, except the one street that has all the $1 million mansions. And I love that fact. That is just something so American. But yeah, we never had police boxes in Germany. I always thought it was weird. We never had this typical police box era because we had phone booths from the start. And you can't lock the phone booth. So it's not like you... I mean, my understanding is that the big point of a police box is you can lock it from the inside. So you can run inside, you can lock it, and then you're safe and you can talk to cops. And the only place I know we have here that is like that are small police stations. Like, I remember we lived in Ohio for a while, and I needed to go to a police station at like 1 a.m. And I noticed that no one was in the police station. It was literally just empty because that city didn't have a coverage at night. But they had a panic room. Like, right as soon as you walk into the lobby, there is a room that reads panic room with a door that can only be closed and locked from the inside. You have drinks in there, you have like microwave dinners. They had a little microwave and a fridge. So you could literally just go in there, stay in there, and once you lock the door, it automatically calls 911 for you. And I thought that was an amazing idea. I mean, if we would have these rooms in public locations, where you can just run into the room, close the door, and you feel safe. That is such a nice idea, and my understanding is that's kinda how... So police boxes can't be locked from the inside? You can't use them as a safe spot? Because that was always my understanding, that it's a bit of a safe harbor. So it's like, you can go inside, you lock it, and you're safe, and you can call the cops. Were the police boxes just temporary prisons? Did you really just throw like a burglar in there and lock the door? Because that sounds a lot worse than the idea I had in my head.
What are you talking about?
You don't know Horus? Horus is the Egyptian god of the sky and sun. The right eye is the eye of Ra, and that's the sun. The left eye is the eye of Wajet, and that one is the moon. It's the same idea behind the eye of Providence.
The Eye of Providence?
The all-seeing eye.
Oh, I see. Just like what's on the back of a $1 bill.
Yeah, exactly. The Eye of Providence is supposed to be the symbol of Freemasonry and the Illuminati. Starting to see the picture?
Not really.
Secret societies. Why do you think this was a ritual murder?
I remember Ota describing the scene. He said there was an ice pick stabbed into the corpse's left eye socket. Horus? Providence? Left eye? There has to be some kind of meaning to this.
Wait, what did you just say?
What?
The ice pick was inside the victim's left eye socket?
Yeah?
Ota told you that? He's sure that's what he saw.
Yeah. Why?
When we arrived at the scene, the ice pick was not in the victim's eye socket.
So why would her daughter have pulled it out?
He would have no reason to lie about such a detail.
Tinazuki?
Yeah, that is interesting, Melina and Eternal. I mean, I suppose it makes sense too. You want... but no, it doesn't make sense. Because police boxes have no windows. So you're essentially locking someone in a dark room. I mean, they might have lied or something, but I'm just going based on Doctor Who. In Doctor Who, they don't have windows. A telephone link to the local police station, allowing patrolling officers to keep in contact. Yeah, when they didn't have a radio, exactly. A light on top of the box would flash to alert an officer that they were requested to contact the station. Yeah, but you put them in a dark room where you have no control or oversight. You know, I imagine today this would be a really, really bad thing. Well, and what if they, you know, slam their head into the wall until they pass out? That nowadays you would be held responsible for this stuff. I kind of like it. I kind of like the idea of having these mobile boxes that were essentially a radio and a contact method and all. Have you been here before?
When I was younger, but not since it closed. Kabasaki is restricted, right? No one's supposed to be here.
This amusement park, Bloom Park, is located at the heart of the Kabasaki district. It was closed 8 years ago. The closure was due to an accident at a nearby chemical plant. An explosion caused massive amounts of chemical pollutants to contaminate the area. The government quickly issued evacuation orders. Eventually, the entire district was deemed unsafe for habitation and restricted. Therefore, Bloom Park was permanently closed.
But a restricted area doesn't mean much if there aren't enough officers to patrol it.
Okay.
There's still plenty of ways in. You can even get in by boat. Hell, some people ignore the evac order and are still living here.
Are they okay?
I don't know. But if anything happened to them, it'd be their own fault.
Are we safe?
We are, yeah. Decontamination for this area is basically done. The chemical concentration around here isn't high enough to hurt you. You could run a marathon here and be okay.
But it's still off limits, right?
Yes, legally. That keeps the media out, at least. I'm glad. It's quieter than it usually is.
I don't think she's wasting her time. Last night I found Mizuki inside the central columns. Why was she in there? I'm sure looking at it would have helped. A metal pole.
I know what you're thinking, Mr. Date.
No. No, I know what you are thinking. Just because I look at a metal pole.
You wanted to see me dance on that pole, huh?
No, you wanted to dance on that pole, you naughty.
What the hell are you talking about?
Jesus, she is...
Come, Dalton.
Oh. Hi, Nightbird. How are you today, Bean? How's your evening going? Okay, we talked to everyone. Let's take a look at the horse.
Last night, Shoko's corpse was on top of the horse.
It has been removed. The body has been transported to headquarters for autopsy and review.
I can zoom in a bit here. Shoko's corpse was tied up here. Wait a second.
Can you show me the earliest recorded images of the scene of the crime?
What is your intention?
Shoko's cause of death was blood loss from multiple stab wounds with the ice pick. Naturally, there should be plenty of blood.
Agreed.
But there isn't a single drop on the horse, and it was like this when we found it.
Correct. There are no signs of blood being wiped or washed off, either.
That must mean...
That is a good idea, but it should be one way. Like, as you head through the portal, you should end up in a like a control room, a place where you can't easily exit, and the police has control over you. So it's not like you can. Like, I imagine if you're a bad guy, a cop would be able to just shove you into the police box and essentially throw you through the portal into a holding cell. But you can also use it to escape for safety or something like that. I think that would work really well. Yeah, that definitely means she was killed somewhere else. Yes, Melina? Oh, Nightbird, that is our riddle. Every week, simply said, it's to replace this bean here. This is Ketna, the bean that won the riddle 2 weeks ago. And whoever answers the riddle correctly gets to be up there for a week. The riddle is a roughly 3-hour-long phrase, video game phrase, and the hint for said phrase is down there. 3 second. Did I say hour? A 3 second long. The sentence I'm looking for is roughly 3 seconds long. But the hint for said sentence is down there, and if you need any more letters, then you can redeem them. And I will reveal them. A bridle? You're wasting your time.
Hey, Iris, I don't know what you're trying to accomplish here, but you're wasting your time.
What do you mean?
The cops already scoured the place. They didn't find any leads, not a single clue. If they had, they would have notified Iba.
Iba?
My partner.
Your partner? I don't see anybody.
She's right in front of your eyes.
Or is she in front of my eyes? Yeah, we should go.
Oh, come on! Just a little longer.
No. I'm already in enough trouble bringing a civilian in here.
Okay, I guess.
Hey, you alright? Are you okay?
Morning sickness.
What?
You're pregnant.
I'm kidding. It's not like I would know.
Get I'll give you a ride home.
Yeah, score.
Just wondering, but how much do you weigh?
Don't you know it's rude to ask a lady that?
It's a bit awkward.
105 pounds.
I see. 105, huh?
You can tell just by lifting me?
Yeah.
Your back is so warm, Mr. Date.
Kawaii! Yep, it's still a steering wheel, and it's still a center console, but it was green, so I had to click on it. To click on the dashboard. It is still a dashboard.
I'm feeling kind of bored.
Seriously?
The dashboard, and she's feeling, oh my god.
You know how stuff always gets beat up when you put it in here?
Yes! Yes! Thank you! Doesn't this really annoy you? Like, isn't the glove box one of the most useless things in a car for storing anything you want to store in a good way? And I don't know, Nightbird, I can't tell you.
Don't you wish they could make these things a little nicer?
Like, whenever you have a document you need to store somewhere, if you store in the glove box, you can literally just tear it apart right away.
Horrible.
Shame.
Oh, you should worry about me more.
Looks like you're feeling better now.
Maybe I'm just acting.
Hey, Aviating, how are you today?
Yeah, I don't think so.
What if I threw up right here?
I would put it right back where it came from.
Oh, no, no, don't do that, no.
Ew. That makes me actually want to throw up.
No.
Wait, seriously?
Did she seriously open the window because she has to puke?
But I am kind of warm.
Okay. Oh, I'm pretty good, Evie. How are you today, Bean? And yes, I am playing a visual murder novel with a very weird girl.
The current temperature is 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Humidity 60%. It is unlikely that heat will be a factor.
Hey, Date. They say when you stick your hand out of a car going 100, you get a rush like you're holding D cups.
What?
Hey, watch it. You'll get your arm ripped off.
Relax, I'm invincible. My arm regenerates like an alien's.
Didn't you tell me that you're gonna die soon?
It feels strange.
Your hand?
My hand is a dolphin.
No, not that. It feels like I've met you before.
I know no one except like those two people in chat recognize what I just said. But that's okay.
Well, that's nice. But if you don't get your damn hand back in this car right now...
Okay. The wind feels nice.
Okay, now I'm curious. A bright well was a stone-made or concrete structure, like a local prison or lockup for criminals before they were sent to prisons. Some village lockups, single or two-cell, brick or stone lockups, not attached to police stations. I see. So they weren't, houses of correction in the traditional sense. Because like the Liverpool police station, they were used to hold accused criminals in the period between capture and arrest. Interesting. So yeah, essentially a more publicly accessible holding cell. But yeah, if anyone wants to claim a letter, We don't have that long left in the stream. If you want to solve it today, someone needs to claim a letter.
You should come in.
Maybe Nightbird gave a really good hint there. I mean, Seth, if you think you know the middle word, you can always claim the letter that you think might fit. Oh, and that first letter in the middle word is actually an I, in case that is not obvious. Let me put a lowercase there, so there. So it is more obvious that it's an I.
No, that's all right. I'm gonna head home.
Ooh, going home already?
I said my goodbyes, then turned to leave. But out of the corner of my eye... Oh, it's all yours if you want to give it a try, Nightbird. The sentence I'm looking for is an English video game phrase.
Oh, who is this, Iris?
I felt my body freeze. The sentence I'm looking for is English. I mean, I don't know what the hint is about, but the sentence is English. Because that woman, she's... Who's that? No, it can't be. It can't be. I felt like my mind and body were torn in opposite directions. You can absolutely give it a try. If you think you know the answer, throw it in chat. As I stood there stunned, Iris grabbed my hand.
Come on, I'll make some tea.
Yes. Oh, that was a wrong button. Yep, that is the correct answer. And now you probably want to know what the sentence here said. So shall we reveal it? Yes, I made it a little bit evil because the hint sentence was indeed German. But one that is very, very easy to translate, so I thought it was more than okay. But yeah, the sentence means Pfeil ins Knie, or arrow into the knee. So yes, Nightbird, congrats, you won this week's riddle. That means you now own this spot up there. So I can always poke your nose. All you have to do is just send me whatever image you want up there of you. And I'll throw it up for the rest of the week. And a new riddle will probably then come out next Wednesday. It might be after the pre-vacation. We'll see. But yeah, you're definitely going to be up there for at least a week then. Congrats.
You're...
Nice to meet you. I'm Iris's mother, Hitomi.
Miss Hitomi.
And you are?
Kaname Date from the MPD.
Nah, it's not unfair. It's part of the deal. Sometimes I mix something German in. Sometimes I mix something different in. Yeah, I can definitely tell you. Yeah, I grew up in the Swiss Alps. If you've ever heard of the Allgäu, that's the little corner in the southwest of Bavaria. Essentially the combination of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Right in this... Oh, well, look at that. Yeah, actually, was it 5 minutes? I think it's 5 minutes. This is the first time this has ever been redeemed. Give me a second, I have to look it up. Did I say 5 minutes? Yes, I did. Yeah, I'm gonna do that shortly. I'm just gonna explain it real quick. Yes, Deutsche Zeit. So yeah, I grew up in the Swiss Alps, really beautiful little place, and it was a very traditional area. Very, I mean, I think you can imagine in a small rural city. It was a bit of a nightmare to live there. But then at some point I met a really cute kitty cat and a really good doggo. And one of them came to me, and then we decided that the other one should also live with us. So we moved to the US, and now here we live in a household of 3. And essentially I just came here because I'm together with 2 Americans, and the problem is that only one of them could move to Germany, and you know, I can marry them and they can get the right to stay, but the other one can't. I can't marry 2 people. So we just turned it around and I went to the US instead. And first we went to Ohio, then I got a job there that brought me to Denver. Then we moved to California for a year, right into the campfire. That was fun, yay. Then we moved from California back to Denver. And that's where we currently are. We're in the middle of Denver, which, you know, here, let me actually show you. Hold on. Let me show you where I come from and where I live, because that makes a lot more sense then. Because it really looks the same way. Because this here is my hometown. This is the hometown of Kempten. This place, this looks German as fuck. Here, let me just open that picture. Oh my god, is that a low-res picture? I mean, here, this looks German as fuck. This is the oldest city in Europe. There are some arguments we're fighting with like an Italian city, but we are the oldest city in Europe. We have records going back about 6,000 years. This was a Germanic settlement, and then the Romans came and killed all the Germans and made it a Roman settlement. And if you actually look at, let me see if I can find a map of the area of the time. Let's see, is that one? Yes, it is. So yeah, for example, if we take a map of the Holy Roman Empire from 1789, you will always find my hometown on each map, because back then it was called Cambodunum, and this was the most important connection through the Alps. So if you went to Italy and you went through the Alps, you went through Cambodunum. So yeah, this is where I originally came from. The Electorate of Bavaria. Not quite. We were here in the, what was it called? The Bistum Augsburg during that time. And yeah, this is this city here, the city of Kempten. And just look at this. Does this not look like the most German thing you've ever seen? The Alps. I actually lived somewhere over here. You can actually see my house on this if you search long enough. And yeah, this is where I grew up the first 30 years of my life. And then we moved to America, and now we live in the middle of Denver, which, spoiler, doesn't look much different. I mean, yeah, sure, the house collection, the houses are bigger. But you know what? We have the Rockies in the background. I'm 42. I'm old. Yeah, I've grown up with video games. My very first video game was Boulder Dash. So yes, I'm old. Yeah, now we live in Denver, in the usually rather beautiful Denver. Unfortunately, the one with a really high rent. We currently pay like $2,400 in rent, so there's that. Yeah, that is my story. And now it is time to speak German. Das ist jetzt richtig komisch, weil es das erste Mal ist, dass ich Deutsch spreche. Ich rede im Normalfall nur mit meiner Mutter Deutsch. Ja, er schwäbelt. Ich bin ein Schwab. Ja, generell gesehen bin ich ein Allgäuer. Aber ich kann kein Allgäuer Deutsch. Kann ich nicht.
Police?
Ja, ich bin von der Polizei.
Are you a detective?
Ich bin ein Detektiv.
No, Mom. Mr. Date said he's...
Iris?
Oh, right.
Ja, ich bin Deutsch. Für die nächsten 4 Minuten bin ich Deutsch. Ging mir genauso. Hier ist eine interessante Geschichte, die ich schon mal auf Deutsch, auf Englisch erzählt habe. Als ich ein Kind war, 8, 9 Jahre alt, haben mich Leute immer angesprochen und mich gefragt, ob ich ein Gast aus Norddeutschland bin, weil ich nur Hochdeutsch gesprochen habe, obwohl ich mitten im Allgäu unter Bayern und Schwaben lebe. Und die Antwort war nein, ich habe immer im Allgäu gewohnt, aber meine Mutter hat mir immer Märchen erzählt als Kind, immer aus Büchern vorgelesen, und die hat sehr hohen Wert drauf gelegt, dass ich Hochdeutsch spreche. Das heißt, alles, was danach kam eigentlich nur zusätzlich, aber ich habe ursprünglich nur Hochdeutsch gesprochen. It's difficult staying in German, it really is. Es ist schwer, weil ich außer mit meiner Mutter nie mehr mit jemandem Deutsch gesprochen habe. Ich habe keine wirklichen deutschen Freunde. Ich meine, die deutschen Freunde, die ich habe, mit denen rede ich Englisch. Weil du weißt, wie es ist. Man versteht sich einfach besser, wenn wir alle Deutsch, alle die gleiche Sprache reden. Aber Dialekt, ja und nein. Ich hab Probleme mit Dialekten, generell. Ich war... Du weißt, wie es ist. Ja, genau. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I'm dying here internally. Speaking of, Avi needs a redeem to speak Korean. Just saying. Aber ja, ich habe mal 40 Kilometer von zu Hause weggearbeitet und ich habe da niemanden mehr verstanden. Ich habe da mit Leuten geredet und ich habe keine Ahnung gehabt, was die wollten von mir. Also Dialekt. Oh, Stuttgart. I love Stuttgart. Dialekt ist was ganz Schlimmes für mich. Amerikanische Dialekte, nein. Wenn du mir einen Texaner gibst, the Texan accent is hell. Ja, ich habe immer den Albtraum, dass ich irgendwann einmal mit jemandem am Telefon bin, wahrscheinlich berufstätigerweise, und die haben so einen starken Akzent, dass ich nichts verstehe. Davor habe ich immer ein bisschen Angst, wird irgendwann noch passieren, aber ja. Das ist schwer. Ich merke gerade, wie schlecht mein Deutsch inzwischen ist. Das passiert einfach, wenn man zu lange in Amerika ist. Ich bin jetzt 10 Jahre schon hier. Wenn ich in Deutsch kommuniziere, dann ist es im Normalfall nur in Text. Heißt, wenn ich auf der Arbeit mit einem Deutschen rede, weil ich einen deutschen Kunde habe oder so, dann...
Look at Melina
Oh.
Swiftwind. That bean. They just tipped us 100 bitties. They've now tipped an overall of 600 bitties to the motel. Chew 100 Moxie is still a mega cutie hee hee.
Danke dir, Melina. Thank you, Melina. I just briefly, now that I can, talked about the fact that I can't do accents. I can't do accents and I don't understand them. My biggest nightmare is that I will get a phone call at work that I have to handle and the person has the hardest hitting accent you can ask for. I have especially specific ethnic accents I am deathly afraid of because I am afraid of not understanding people. And especially some ethnicities just have accents where I go into panic mode. And I have the same in German. In Germany, I worked 40 kilometers away from my hometown. And I didn't understand the people anymore. Like, this person came up to me. I'm like, yeah, what? And I worked there for 3 days before I decided that I can't do this. That the anxiety of not understanding people is just, it's too much for me. That's when I decided that I work better in text. My employer knows I'm fluent in German and I handle German emails. I don't do phone calls. I just generally don't do phone calls because I do night shift and I'm alone. So phone calls would take me away from being able to keep an eye on things for too long. So yeah, for me at night, my job is I make sure everything keeps running. I'm kind of like the Swiss Army knife at work. No matter what breaks, I need to be there to make sure that our clients can continue working. That's kind of my job. But yeah, exactly. I'm the ass for all cases. That's kind of what I am. I'm the asshole you call if you don't know what else to do and something breaks and you need a Swiss Army knife. I have roughly 35 years of experience in IT. I set up my first network on a DOS IPX machine. I have an NT4 MCSE. Yes, I'm a Microsoft certified systems engineer on Windows NT 4.0. And yes, that did expire for quite... Oh, Kara. Thank you, Eugene.
Looks like Kara_the_Cyberfox is taking over the tier 1 room service bill for Nightbird the Crow. Thank you for the support.
The _Cyberfox never gets old. I'm sorry, that still makes me laugh. The _Cyberfox, I love it. Thank you for the gift sub. Yeah, I love it. It's this is now a part of your personality. It's Kara _the _Cyberfox. This is now who you are. This can never go away. And if you ever change your name, you have to put the _ in full text into your name. Just like Kara, the _Cyberfox there. But yeah, I worked 40 kilometers away and I had no idea what they were saying. And I think that's essentially my mother's fault. Because when my mother raised me, she always told me fairy tales every evening before going to bed. She read them out of a book and she read them in High German. In what you would call school English. No accent, no abbreviations, nothing. So this is the language I learned. I learned a perfect German. And when I went into school, my German teacher actually made fun of me because he said that my German is clearer than his. Because he was your most typical Bavarian German teacher. Came in lederhosen and just... I wonder if I can actually find a picture of him. Let me see if I could find a picture, because you would laugh your ass off if you would see what he actually looked like. Oh, he died 2 years ago, huh? Wow. Well, I suppose that's how life goes, isn't it? Eventually, old people die. But I can't find a good picture of him in lederhosen, unfortunately. But I think you can imagine what he looked like. Yeah, I mean, he was my teacher for 4 years, and he was an amazing being. It's... Eventually you die. And he was 50 years old when he was my teacher, and that was 30 years ago. So, it's okay.
That's nothing. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
And yeah, Grimm's fairy tales, I love them. After an awkward silence, Iris brought us some tea on a tray. She put everything down on the table and sat down on the sofa. Tea. Steam is rising from the tea. And that is green matcha. Oh, I want some green matcha tea right now. Coffee table, workbooks, elementary workbooks. But looking closely, one in the middle is different. Osagami Sumo Wrestler Directory. A sumo wrestling almanac. Now, and he was like the most stereotypical German man you can ask for. In Germany, you have school trips, and all our school trips were walking. We would wander. We would wander up this hill or into that forest. And he always had a dachshund with him, because of course you need a dachshund while you're wearing your lederhosen. And he even played the most stereotypical German instrument, a Zwitter. Hold on, I gotta make sure I find the instrument version of the Zwitter and not the sexual version of the Zwitter. Oh yeah, and fuck, there's the song from Rammstein. There's that too. Here, this. I didn't think it would be difficult to actually find a picture of that instrument. Oh, you call it a zither. This thing, essentially a keyboard string instrument, more or less. I mean, this was a very special kind, but this is what he played. So it's like, how can you get more Bavarian than just lederhosen and dachshund and all of this? Clock. It's a clock. There's a calendar and a strange object on the shelf. It reminds me of a kind of angel. What is that object? Yeah, that looks like those folding things, like, will she marry me, will she kiss me? Oh, a mysterious object. A wooden shelf. It's a shoebox. I wonder what they... No, I don't... What?
Beyond perverted.
I wonder what the shoes smell like.
Hey, these thoughts are private, okay?
I am a pervert. Oh my god, oh, look at them, they have a shoebox. I wish I could sniff that. Yum, 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 yum. There are no books on it, but it's definitely a bookshelf. I saw it in a catalog before, so I know. Yep, it's a bookshelf. And I mean, here's a fun fact that a lot of people aren't aware of. In Bavaria, the legal drinking age for beer is 16. You need to wait until 18 for the hard stuff. But in Bavaria, you only have to be 16 to be legally allowed to drink beer. And in Bavaria, beer counts as a major food source. You know what that means? It means it can't be rejected as a request in prison. So even Bavarian prisoners have the right to beer. Take that. Oh, the lights are off. It's another bookshelf, but nothing on it. I mean, German prisoners also have the right to sex. You literally can get a prostitute to come into prison and have sex with you. And the prison pays for it because it's your human right to have sexual intercourse. I don't know exactly what the rules are, don't ask me, but I know it's a thing. Because I've spoken with prostitutes that have done that service. And they say they actually pay really well. Yes, to finally get free snoo-snoo, you just need to be arrested. Yeah, a lot of dishes. Yeah, I mean, I should mention, in Germany, prostitution is legal. It's not just legal. It's actually, it's a legal profession now, as of like 10 years ago. Which means, if you, for example, have sex and you don't pay, the prostitute can push charges. Which they couldn't before when it wasn't a legal job. But yeah, you can now literally get sued by a prostitute for not paying her. Which I love. And of course, health insurance and all of these things, it's a legal job there. It's sex work is work. And I've lived in the city. I lived in Kempten. Was famous because it was the prostitute of the prostitute. It was the brothel of Swabia. It's like all the cities surrounding us didn't have brothels, and all the cities in Austria and Switzerland didn't have legal prostitution. So we, in our small city of 60,000 people, had over 300 prostitutes. And I think like 20 brothels. So we were a sex capital. And I drove taxi for a while, so I spoke to a lot of the prostitutes. I delivered pizzas to them, I delivered customers to them, and had a lot of really interesting conversations because, you know, what are a lot of prostitutes? They are young women that usually don't live in the city, that sometimes have a child, that sometimes need to pay their student fees, that need to pay their rent. And you know what? Truth is, prostitutes earn relatively well. At least there they did. I mean, for a hand job, 30 minutes you get $50. One of our brothels actually had a flat rate. Literally, an all-you-can-fuck flat rate for $500 the night. And you could pick up to 3 different girls and just spend all night with them. You know what those girls would do? They would drag you to the bar and they would get you to buy drinks. And the way drinks work is very simple. You pay for both. And the employee doesn't actually get a drink with alcohol. So say you pay for 2 glasses of vodka, you pay your $14, then the bartender gives you a glass of vodka and gives her a glass of water. She gulps down the water, goes like, oh, that's hard hitting, and pockets the $7. I remember talking to a bartender who said that on a bad night, she makes $500 to $600 a night. And if it's a good night, she makes $2,000. She only works every second weekend as a bartender, now and then visits someone in the room, maybe has sex once a month, but she comes out on a weekly earning of at least $500 to $600, even though she only works 1 day a week. And every now and then she has a night where she makes $1,000 or $2,000 or euros. And you know, why do something else? I work once a week for 6 hours. And I make enough that I can finance my home and my school and my child. And you know, if you're open to having sex with people, then this is a really, really appealing option. I can't say anything against it. 2,000 for a 6-hour, it's okay. I mean, don't forget that these are usually people who, you know, she can't be a lawyer instead because she never went to school to learn all of that. It's not like she can... No, for the day. For one day. She makes between 500 and 2,000 for one night of 6 hours of work. Because that is how they are being tipped. So, yeah. Unfortunately, as soon as COVID hit, all of those businesses closed. We had brothels that were open for 40 years that had to close during COVID. Because, surprise, it's... If you thought walking into a fast food restaurant and buying a meal is bad during COVID, try sex. A dining table.
Ask the spirits what they think.
It's not a divining table.
It's a dining, not a divining table. A microwave.
Iva, let me know if you're cold. I'll pop you in there and warm you up.
I would suggest putting your heart in there first.
Love. Refrigerator.
Date, a riddle. How do you put a giraffe in a refrigerator?
What?
The solution is this.
Okay, let's think. How do we put a giraffe in a refrigerator? There's gonna be a pun. We know it's gonna be a pun. It's not gonna be a joke. But I can't come up with it.
You open the door, put the giraffe in, and close the door.
Oh, wait. Yeah, right. I can't go close up because I'm on the wrong side of the screen.
What riddle is that?
Another riddle. How do you put an elephant in the refrigerator?
You open the door, you take the giraffe out, you put the elevator in, you close the door? Elevator. The elephant in, you close the door?
Isn't it the same answer? Open the door, put it in, close the door.
Incorrect. The giraffe is already inside. You must remove the giraffe before you put the elephant inside. That is the solution.
Of course.
Your riddles could use some work.
Oh my god. Can we die yet? Can we commit Sudoku yet? Let's check the other side. Speakers system. 2 speakers and a console. 2 speakers and a long, thin box in the middle. It's like, what? You know. Oh my god, are you fucking serious? Are you seriously making a dick and balls joke here?
Mr. Date, what are you staring at?
Your sound system.
My sound system? What about it?
I was just admiring it.
You were admiring how much it looks like balls?
I wish I had one that big.
Right.
What is wrong with this game? I see a plant in the corner. No insects, unfortunately. Sorry, Iba. What is wrong with this game? Ah, Melina. You can see the trees and sky outside. Nothing else? Nope. There's a drawing on the wall. I wonder if Iris drew this when she was younger. A telephone in the corner. I can really inspect everything.
It's an iris.
An iris? I thought those bloom in May.
That's the winter iris. Iris ungicularis. They bloom in the cold.
They bloomed just this morning.
I see.
In the language of flowers, the iris means good news and hope. When I saw the flowers this morning, I just knew something good would happen.
Oh, Melina. You know, I had this joke while driving taxi that I now have to tell because it perfectly fits this. While driving taxi, I would randomly talk to a customer and go like, you know, I do want to die like my granddad did in his sleep. Not like the people he was driving around during that time, screaming and in panic. It felt fitting. Iris and her mother Hitomi are sitting on the sofa. And there's a door in the back of the room. And the ceiling fan, I didn't click on the ceiling fan, it's spinning and there's a light. It's for lighting. Did we click all the things now? Can we move on? No, we didn't. What is this? There's a kitchen counter. I can't see them from here, but there's probably a singular stove on the other side. It's a kitchen counter. Nah, we Germans have humor. I mean, you should have seen our stand-up comedy from 1942 to 1945. Oop, I hit the microphone. Am I being cancelled yet? You look chipper, Iris.
You think so?
Yeah.
I was just thinking about a hunch I had this morning.
A hunch?
There are flowers blooming behind me, right?
There are, yeah? What about them?
Yeah, the prequel had the better storyline. The storyline of the sequel sucked. It was all like choose bad. We're going down a steep road here. Iris was hinting about the flowers blooming behind her. A winter iris. It means good news and hope. About the flowers. Okay. How long have you been living here?
Since I was born. My mom was living here before that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I do hope everyone knows that this was a joke. I mean, if it wasn't a joke, then I really don't know.
I've made a lot of memories here. I've thought about moving before, but I just couldn't bring myself to leave this place.
Why were you considering moving?
Well, because there was, well, I don't know.
Huh?
But you don't know why you were considering moving. You were saying?
Mr. Date, please drink your tea. It's getting cold.
Oh, right.
We haven't even touched our cups.
Well then, let's have a sip.
Are you left-handed?
Oh,
What?
I used to be right-handed. But now...
Looks like she had a stroke, maybe?
It locked up on me.
Oh, okay.
Ah, I see.
You seem to be doing well now.
Yeah, thanks to you. I feel as tough as a lion. Rawr!
Melina.
How am I supposed to react to that?
What am I gonna do with you?
You'll only hurt yourself.
Okay, Hitomi. Where do you work?
I'm a teacher at the local elementary school.
A teacher? Must be a tough job.
Oh, not for me. I love children. Even the struggles and challenges are quite rewarding for me.
Now, you see, a Japanese elementary school teacher? With how Japanese school kids are? Sounds like a very nice job. You know what I wouldn't want to be? A teacher in any US school. No way. Why would I ask how old you are? I saw her. I saw her in my dream last night. No, that's impossible. What about Renshi Okiura?
By the way, I heard that you were friends with the president of Lemniscate, Mr. Okiura.
Renju was my classmate at Eitoku High. We've known each other for 20 years now.
Eitoku High.
You know it?
I know everything on the internet.
Do you know Renshu's ex-wife?
Yes, I do. But I only met her twice. Once at Renju's wedding, and then again just a few months ago. Why do you ask?
No reason.
Okay, well, I suppose I'm asking how old she is.
I'm 37.
And Miss Iris here is 18?
Yup.
You were very young when you had her.
Yes, just 19 years old.
What about your husband?
I don't have one.
Divorce?
Mr. Date.
Yeah, what the heck? Why is this your...
It's all right, Iris. I've never been married.
A single mother?
Yes.
Yeah, this is always the same answer. I feel like there is more to these flowers. But there isn't. I've seen that cushion somewhere before. No, not just the cushion. I saw this entire room in my dream last night.
No, that's nothing.
Yeah, this is starting to enter that weird area now. The one that I expected, where the game gets a bit more unusual.
Well, I think it's time for me to be heading home.
Melina is on a run now. I stood and headed for the door. Iris and Hitomi stood politely.
Mr. Date, we'll see each other again, right?
You sure you want that? I'm a cop after all. If you ever see me again, it probably won't be under the best of circumstances.
Oh.
But because you're Mizuki's friend, yeah, we might see each other again.
Does she have a crush or something?
She is kind of like my roommate after all.
What?
Anyway, be seeing you.
Oh. I like his gloves.
Excuse me.
I want his gloves. I mean, I want his outfit in general. His outfit is stellar.
Take care, Date.
Look at that coat, the gloves. Oh my god, I want that.
Date, let's go over the facts of the case.
Good idea.
Okay. Now, you know what? Since this is a point where we now go over the case and essentially discuss everything we figured out so far, I think it's a perfect opportunity to call it a day here. Because that way I can then use that to get us started next time we're back here. I think that is Melina. Melina! A man just assaulted me with a block of cheese and a pint of milk. How dare he? Are you sure you're not a dad? Are you sure you're not a dad, Melina? Because these jokes are telling. They are definitely dad jokes. No, let me turn on music because otherwise we're not gonna hear much. There we go. But yeah, thank you, Beans. Thank you all for coming on here. I hope, the most important thing is, I hope you have a good Monday. Take it slow, take it gentle. Don't stress yourself out. The most important part is that you have a chill day. Everything else is secondary. But yeah, let's see who we're gonna raid today. There are always so many good beans. But you know what? Let's raid someone that I've never raided before. Currently playing Monster Hunter Rise, a game that I still have to get to. Hi, Dan. Hey, Dan, what a timing. Done and gone. Gone, Brian. No. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna raid Darius the Snow. He's the purple snow leopard that you all know and love. So yes, we're gonna send you over to his snow lodge. He's playing Monster Hunter Rise today. A very, very good bean. Can highly suggest him. And if you want to see more of me, I'll be back on Wednesday. I suspect we're gonna just continue with this game for a while. On Friday, we're gonna go to Hi-Fi Hero. Was it Hi-Fi Hero? I forgot. Wow, it's been so long. I haven't played it in so long. You know, the rhythm-based Bethesda game. The one that's actually good. Really looking forward to that. So yeah, we're getting back to that on Friday. And on Wednesday, we're going to continue the Somnium Files. So really looking forward to that. But yeah, if you want to see more of me, if you ever want to chat or if you want to join us in VR chat, then say hi on the Discord. The Fluff and Stuff Discord is a Discord for a few of us smaller streamers. It's a commune, let's call it that. We also have let me see. But yeah, we also have guides in there, so if you ever want to start streaming, then that's a great opportunity as well. We have guides in there on how you can set up OBS and all that stuff, and if you have questions, we're there to answer them. I essentially just wanted a place where everyone that wants to stream can learn how to stream. That's the important part. Because I've now been doing it for about 1.5 years, though I took a half-year break, and half year of that was as non-affiliate. So, you know, I haven't been doing it too long, but I'm having a great time. I've met so many good beans, I've met friends, I've learned new things, I've seen new games, that I just want to share this. I just want to make sure that everyone who wants to can experience that. And that was the main reason why I wanted a Discord, not for myself, but for a community, for other streamers and just people that want to start. But yeah, that's enough of me. I'll be back on Wednesday, and we're gonna raid Darius the Snow Leopard now. And with that, yes, and Beat Saber. We're getting very close to Beat Saber. Yeah, I gotta get ready for work, unfortunately. That's the downside of streaming before work, that I always can't push too far and too long. But I'm sending you off to Darius, and I think Darius will take good care of you, Beans. But yeah, I love you all. I'll see you Wednesday if you want to see me again. And, you know, just have a good day. Yeah, Darius is a very good bean. He's a surprisingly big streamer. having 6,000 followers, but he's one that stayed close to the smaller streamers. He really feels like a smaller streamer at heart. He never, you know, he still comes to people, he still says hi in chats and stuff, and you don't see that from the really big ones. So he's a really good bean. Please send him my love. Anyway, I'm gonna send you off now. Nightbird, you don't forget to send me the image that you want up here, so I can pet your nose. Beak. Your beak. And yeah, I'll see you all Wednesday. I love you all. You're all amazing. And I hope you have the best 2 days of your life until Wednesday. Bye.